Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoimeti atu mātou, mō nā karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waihui o mātou pānga whai ora katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te unoi atu, mō te arihitanga i roti o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te whare nei. Mō te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmene.
Members, yesterday when I suggested to a member that she find another way of asking a question, I did not intend to suggest that members cannot ask the same question more than once. Parties have a limited number of oral questions allocated to them. If they wish to use that allocation, asking the same question, there are certainly no restrictions to doing so. Speaker's ruling 1864 makes that clear. I'm sure members would wish to welcome Kate Reid, member of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwestern Territories of Canada, who's present in the gallery this afternoon. Welcome. The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, next week the House will consider the committee stages of the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 and the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill. There will be extended hours on Wednesday morning for government business and the afternoon will be a members' day. On Thursday at 5:45 p.m. will be Benjamin Doyle's maiden speech.
2 petitions have been...
Speaker.
Point of order. Sorry, my apologies, yeah.
No worries.
The Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the government intend to have any other contentious legislation lined up for when the Prime Minister isn't here?
Oh, well, we've got a very busy agenda, as that member knows.
2 petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Greenpeace requesting that the House reverse the decision to amend the Hauraki Gulf Tipaka Moana Marine Protection Bill to open protected areas of Hauraki Gulf to commercial fishing. Petition of Forest and Bird requesting the House stop work on the proposed amendment to the Hauraki Gulf Tipaka Moana Marine Protection Bill that would allow commercial fishing in high protection areas.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 2 papers for the Clerk to present.
2024 annual reports of New Zealand Growth Capital Partners Limited and Research and Education Advanced Network New Zealand Limited.
Those papers are published under the authority of... Firstly, I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Immigration New Zealand, Managing How it Makes Decisions about Skilled Residence Visas. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No select committee papers have been reported. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill, introduction. Disputes Tribunal Amendment Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Investment and asks, what recent reports has she seen on progress in social investment?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, last week I announced an important step in the government's implementation of social investment. That is the new Social Investment Board, chaired by former Treasury Secretary Dr Graham Scott and made up of highly skilled people with a diverse range of expertise and known to many members of this House. They are Laura Black, the Honourable Te Ororoa Flavel, Helen Leahy, Katie Murray, Julie Nelson, Debbie Sorensen, Mike Williams and David Woods. I met with the board earlier today and I know it will make a valuable contribution to bringing about better outcomes for New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What is social investment?
Mr Speaker, social investment is about funding, delivering and measuring the impact of social services in a way that ensures better results for the most vulnerable New Zealanders. Despite decades of good intentions, multiple strategies and thousands of contracts, government efforts have not had the impact required. Social investment is more than simply delivering better value for money. It is about improving people's lives.
Supplementary. How will social investment be implemented?
Mr Speaker, social investment will only come to life by the government working closely together with others. That means drawing together grassroots providers, iwi, experts and others, and empowering providers to do what works. I am delighted that Andrew Costa has this week taken up his role as Chief Executive of the Social Investment Agency. He has the skills and experience to foster those partnerships. Work has already begun to create a social investment fund, create a new way to commission social services, and most importantly, to identify investments that will make a difference to the lives of the most vulnerable New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What other progress is being made in implementing social investment?
Mr Speaker, tomorrow I will attend a social investment hui in Lower Hutt, bringing together more than 100 people who work, lead and support the delivery of social services in New Zealand. There will be grassroots providers at the hui with deep experience and knowledge. There will be iwi representatives, experts, philanthropists, public service leaders and others with an interest in getting better results for our most vulnerable. The hui will discuss how we collectively push ahead with social investment. I'm looking forward to those discussions and, more importantly, I'm looking forward to getting on with delivering solutions for New Zealanders.
A supplementary, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
What analysis has she reviewed on the social investment implications of repealing Section 7AA, disestablishing tiaka whai ora, cutting frontline oranga tamariki social workers, and by the social division caused by rewriting the Treaty of Waitangi?
Mr Speaker, part of that question illustrates part of the problem, which is that the idea of creating a new bureaucracy in the form of the Māori Health Commission, a view that that would somehow help a Māori child in Kaitaia. And what I would put to you, Mr Speaker, is that we have to get away from the idea that creating new structures for government is the way of getting better results for people. In fact, it's my view that we should devolve more power and responsibility to those closest to those we wish to help.
Just make the point at the start of question time that a general barrage like that is not acceptable. Rare and reasonable interjection is the accepted norm in the House, but it does have to be a little rare, more rare and more reasonable. Question 2, the Honourable CARMEL SEPULONI.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, yes.
Does he stand by his statement that the Treaty Principles Bill is a disservice to the treaty? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker, I stand by all my statements.
Mr Speaker, what did he mean when he said the bill is divisive, and how does it reflect upon the Prime Minister that he is willing to introduce legislation he describes in those terms to secure a coalition?
Mr Speaker, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, the government in its coalition agreement has agreed to support this bill to a select committee process, and we are doing so. The National Party has indicated it will not support this bill becoming law.
Supplementary, how is the Treaty Principles Bill very simplistic, as he described it this morning, and does he acknowledge the complex and detrimental effects it is having on Crown Māori relations?
Well, Mr Speaker, we believe in equal citizenship and equal opportunity for all New Zealanders, but we do not believe that this bill is the way to achieve that.
Supplementary, does he agree with 42 King's Council that, quote, the Treaty Principles Bill and the intended referendum on implementation of the bill is wholly inappropriate as a way of addressing such an important and complex constitutional issue, end quote? If not, why not?
Well, Mr Speaker, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, and as has been traversed in this House many times, It is not the intention of the National Party to support this bill becoming law.
Mr. Speaker, is he concerned that the bill is disturbing even the business community, with a director telling the mood of the boardroom last month that Mr. Seymour's divisive approach needs to end? This is not the Kiwi way.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we have set out, it is a bill that is required through a coalition agreement to be supported to a select committee. And what I have said before is that I do not think it makes sense or will be enduring for Parliament to simply set down its interpretation of the treaty and then seek a majority of the public to confirm it in referendum. That is a crude way to handle a very delicate subject.
Supplementary. What does it say about his leadership when his soon-to-be Deputy Prime Minister accused him of being, quote, clearly nervous, end quote, about the bill, and the National Party of being, quote, afraid of taking on hard issues, end quote, with him doing nothing to dissuade the public of that notion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, David Seymour is responsible for his own statements, and in this case, they are wholly incorrect.
Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McNulty.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is responsible for comments made by ministers, even those ministers acting or speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister in this capacity.
That might be true, and if that is the case, then the person acting for the Prime Minister in this case saying that ministers are responsible for their own statements is an answer to the question.
With respect, sir, if the Prime Minister gave that answer, then, as you have in the past, you have agreed that they are responsible for comments made by their ministers. A minister speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, and on the purpose of Hansard, it's considered the Prime Minister's words, surely shouldn't be able to provide a different answer to that expected of the Prime Minister.
No, and I'm not requiring that. I just made the point that the Minister acting for the Prime Minister specified the Minister who had made the statements was the leader of another party and said he is responsible for his own statements. I don't think that's anything other than an answer. The Honourable supplementary.
I was going to offer some assistance.
No. I think we're right here. Question number 3, Chloe Swarbrick.
E tautoko ana ia I nā kōrero me nā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Speaker, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, yes.
Does the Prime Minister stand by his statement both yesterday and earlier today that the Treaty Principles Bill is divisive, and if so, does he take personal responsibility for the division currently amplifying across this country?
Mr. Speaker, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, I stand by my statements in the context in which they are given.
Does the Prime Minister take personal responsibility for the division that the Treaty Principles Bill is causing across this country?
Mr. Speaker, what I take responsibility for is the coalition agreement which I am honouring by supporting the first reading of the Treaty Principles Bill. As I have made clear in this House on several occasions, we will not support it becoming law in the National Party.
Does the Prime Minister have the constitutional power to block National Party MPs from voting with their conscience on the Treaty Principles Bill?
Mr. Speaker, the member is confecting things that haven't occurred.
Is the Prime Minister there saying that members of the National Party are free to vote with their conscience this afternoon on the Treaty Principles Bill?
That is to be the last outburst from the gallery.
Mr. Speaker, the vote this afternoon will be a party vote.
Are we to take from that the Prime Minister is blocking his MPs from exercising their conscience on one of the most significant constitutional votes that has come before this House in living memory?
Speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, no.
Question 4, Tim Costley.
Tēnā koe e te mangai. To the Minister of Transport, what recent announcements has he made on the Kapiti Expressway speed limit?
Mr Speaker. Good news for Kapiti. On Monday, I announced that the speed limit on the Mackay's to Pekapeka and Pekapeka to Otaki sections of the Kapiti Expressway would increase to 110 kilometres per hour from yesterday. This road of national significance, built by the previous national government, was designed to a safety standard suitable for 110 kilometres per hour. Enabling these types of expressway to have speed limits of 110 kilometres per hour is part of our government's plans to get New Zealand moving again.
Good, and that needs to be a much more muted response to a question that pretty much everyone in the House knows the answer to. Tim Costley.
What support has he seen for a 110 kilometre per hour speed limit on the Kapiti Expressway, road of national significance?
Well, Mr Speaker, a lot of support. In April, I announced that NZTA was consulting on the new 110 kilometre per hour speed limit on the Kapiti Expressway, road of national significance. The results are in. 93% of the 3,313 submissions received supported the new 110 kilometre per hour speed limit, and this has now been delivered for those travelling through Kapiti.
What reports has the Minister seen on the safety benefits of the Kapiti Expressway, road of national significance?
Well, Mr Speaker, incredible safety benefits. The Kapiti Expressway, started by the previous national government, was designed and constructed to a high safety standard. Since this expressway opened, no one has died in a crash, and there has been a 70% reduction in road deaths in the Kapiti district. Our government is committed to delivering safe and new roads of national significance across the country to enable people and freight to get where they need to go quickly and safely.
What other roads of national significance are currently proposed to have a 110 kilometre per hour speed limit?
Well, Mr Speaker, good news. There are currently proposed speed limit increases to 110 kilometres per hour between Aotearoa and Warkworth, and on the Christchurch Southern Motorway, road of national significance, to reduce travel times for those travelling on these routes. The roads of national significance are some of New Zealand's best highways that are unlocking economic growth and improving safety. Back on track.
Question number 5, the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister of Māori Development, does the Minister stand by his statement Te Tiriti o Waitangi is foundational to our country, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
E te manga o te whare ana, yes. Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi is foundational for our country, past, present and future. Whilst there are other important documents like the Magna Carta 1215, the National Party recognises that the treaty is fundamental in our constitution by stating recognition of the Treaty of Waitangi as the foundational document of New Zealand is one of our 10 party values.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, if the treaty is foundational to our country, why is his government allowing the Treaty Principles Bill to proceed when all the evidence shows that the bill will discriminate against Māori?
E te manga o te whare. First, I wanted to acknowledge that there's significant opposition to this bill. Second, National supports the process to take this bill through first reading to Select Committee. This was the output from negotiating coalition governments in an MMP environment. However, as you know, National's focus is to rebuild the economy, reset law and order, and deliver better public services. This bill does not strengthen that focus. As a result, we will not support this bill beyond Select Committee and will vote it down.
Mr Speaker,
just wait till the House gathers itself. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Has the Minister read the Cabinet Manual which provides a framework for policy formation and decision making and recognises the treaty as a major source of the Constitution which accords special recognition to Māori rights and interests? And if not, when does he plan to read it?
E te manga o te whare, I have read that manual.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, why did he choose to appoint former ACT Party leader Richard Prebble to the Waitangi Tribunal ahead of the brilliant Dr Hannah O'Regan and our foremost broadcaster Derek Fox? Why was that appointment made, given that Mr Prebble has actively advocated against the tribunal and also said that he thinks that there should be a treaty principles debate? which he is on record as saying.
Te maanga te whare. A number of members from across our communities are appointed to different boards, such as the Labour Party President and former Labour Party leader, Mike Williams, been appointed to the Social Investment Board. As a former minister of various Labour governments and someone who is well acquainted with the machinations of this House, Richard Prebble is an appropriate person to be appointed to the tribunal.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, how can the Minister of Māori Development stand there and look our people in the eye and tell them that he is an advocate for Māori rights when he has done nothing to stop the Treaty Principles Bill proceeding?
E te maanga o te whare. The member presumes what happens in caucus, in cabinet and various other places where I advocate for various matters, and I think that is very presumptuous.
Mr. Speaker, and can I say to the Minister, what will it take before...
Your own side's making a lot of noise, so let's just all get quiet for questions which are asked in silence. When you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What will it take before this Minister actually does something? Or has he given up? Because, and I will quote him, he's way down the food chain and has no influence at all.
E te maanga o te whare. As we're aware, National will not vote for this bill beyond Select Committee. Our long-held position is that a referendum on the treaty would be divisive. It is unrealistic for that member, who is part of a former government that saw an increase of unemployment across Māori by over 30%, to come and give me a lecture on tikanga or anything else.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and it will be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question was pretty clear and direct. I don't think he got anywhere near it. It was asking him when he would do anything, or had he given up, because he's well known and he's given the quote.
You've made your point. Yeah. I think the Minister would probably want to say something in addition to what he has already said.
Mr. Speaker, te maanga o te whare. As people are aware in my caucus in this House, is that my quest is to help achieve equal citizenship and equality of opportunity that your tupuna, Tāpira Nanata, wrote about a century ago, and that many of our kaumātua went to battlefields across the world to fight for. And the equality of opportunity that I fight for was left well short by people like the other member who's barracking right now.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
I haven't called the member.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Now, that is the last outburst that the House is to have today. Otherwise, if we do that again, we'll be hearing the balance of question time, questions and answers in silence. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, point of order. I still don't believe the Minister has got anywhere near answering the question, because I'm asking a specific question, Mr. Speaker. What will he actually do? And he goes waffling off about the Army and 2.0 and ancestors. But what will this Minister actually do for his people? Has he given up because he has no influence in terms of cabinet?
That is enough. The member clearly wasn't listening to the answer. I was. And he started by saying what his entire focus as a minister is, and I think that is more than enough to answer the question. Do you have another supplementary? Question 6, Katie Nimmin.
My question is to the Associate Minister of Transport and asks, what recent announcement has the government made regarding funding support to strengthen frontline volunteer service organisations?
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More good news. Last month, the very hard-working Minister of Transport and I announced a $23.1 million funding package over 4 years to boost critical frontline volunteer services. Heading outside for a day of fun is part of the Kiwi life. I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, particularly as we head into the busy summer season. However, with that comes risk. That is why our government is making this investment, so we can better equip and prepare organisations to continue saving lives, communities and livelihoods when faced with emergency situations.
Supplementary. What organisations are set to benefit from this announcement?
Oh, good question, Mr. Speaker. More good news. Surf Lifesaving New Zealand will receive $14.6 million over 4 years. Coast Guard New Zealand will receive $3.1 million. These two frontline agencies provide critical water safety services for Kiwis, and their services are delivered almost entirely by volunteers. And let's have a big shout out for our hardworking volunteers in New Zealand.
Supplementary. What will these funds be used for?
Oh, another good question, Mr. Speaker. Surf Life Saving will use this funding to repair and replace surf life saving assets that were damaged in the 2023 North Island weather events, including a replacement to the Surf Life Saving Club at Bethel's Beach and repairs to the Mangawai Heads Club that were damaged following a landslide.
Supplementary. What other actions has the government taken to support frontline volunteer service organisations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is a government that's focused on reducing wasteful spending so we can reinvest that into critical frontline service. So that's why you see in this funding package, in addition to early investment that the government announced for Coast Guard and Surf Life Saving New Zealand. Through Budget 24, Coast Guard and Surf Life Saving received a funding boost of $63.644 million over 4 years to keep Kiwis safe in, on and around the water.
Question 7, Cameron Brewer.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and asks, what recent steps has the government taken to improve payment times for small businesses?
The Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Mr Speaker, my colleague Honourable Melissa Lee and I recently announced that the government is committed to supporting faster payments for small businesses, especially given that the government spends over $50 billion annually with its suppliers. From 1st of January 2025, the government's 135 agencies will be required to pay small businesses much more promptly, providing these businesses with the timely cash flow they need to grow and succeed.
Supplementary. What is the timeline for implementing faster payment requirements for government agencies?
Mr Speaker, from 1st of January next year, the 135 agencies must pay 90% of trade invoices within 10 business days, increasing to 95% in 2026. Secondly, as part of the government's focus on encouraging greater digitalisation of the economy, from 2026, government agencies processing over 2,000 domestic invoices annually must use e-invoicing, ensuring payment within 5 working days.
Supplementary. What steps will the government take to ensure compliance with these payment rules?
Mr Speaker, to ensure compliance, we will require government agencies to report their payment results quarterly. These results will be published on the MB website. This will allow anyone to check the compliance of relevant government departments. These agencies will also have to report why they have failed to meet the payment requirements and front up to their respective minister.
Supplementary. How will these new rules impact the day-to-day operations of small businesses?
Mr Speaker, these rules are set to make a substantial difference. We know that for small businesses, cash flow is critical, and waiting extended periods for payment can hinder growth or even threaten survival. By mandating shorter payment times, we're providing business owners with the resources they need to invest in their operations, whether it's hiring more staff, upgrading equipment or expanding services. Mr Speaker, this is all part of the government's support for small businesses.
Oh, well done.
Question 8, the Honourable Penny Henare.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much. My question is to the Minister. Does he stand by his answer to question number 11 on 7 November 2024 that, quote, there are a number of matters that have strengthened the Māori Crown relationship, end quote, and if so, why?
The Honourable Tama Puataka.
E te manga o te whare ana, I stand by this answer. And as mentioned, people like Minister Goldsmith are prioritising outstanding treaty settlements in the vein of previous ministers for Treaty of Waitangi negotiations. Minister Willis has continued to support Māori back pockets through tax cuts resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars staying with whānau. Of course, we are expediting Curly settlement delivery matters like the payment of $25 million to Kura Hopewell Iwi last week for the failure to deliver the airport to them. Constructive relationships do require work. There's a lot of more mahi to do, no matter who is the kāwanatanga.
Supplementary. To the Minister, what does he say to Ngāti Toa leader Helmut Modlik, who described his answers last week as, quote, so dishonest, duplicitous and dishonourable, end quote?
E te māngai o te whare. Thank you, Matua Helmut. I know you are pono. I know you are genuine, and I know you carry the international responsibilities of our people of Ngāti Toa Rangatira. And thank you for your tautoko of te kahua te raukura here, today and every day.
Supplementary. To the Minister, is the Treaty Principles Bill one of the matters the Minister has referred to that has strengthened the Māori Crown relationship?
E te māngai o te whare. As we're aware, and as I've mentioned today, the bill is the result of a coalition arrangement between the National Party and the ACT Party in order to get a stable government in an MMP environment. But as you know, and I know, our view of the National Party is that this bill is too blunt, it's too simplistic, it fails to address equal citizenship and equality of opportunity for iwi members, Māori and all New Zealanders, and that our quest is to ensure equal citizenship and equality of opportunity for Māori and for everyone.
Supplementary. Should the Treaty Principles Bill be voted down, will he commit to ensuring that every minister directs their agencies to uphold te tiriti o Waitangi obligations?
E te māngai o te whare, National will vote this bill down at second reading, and it is absolutely clear to us that the treaty responsibilities and obligations, whether or not they come from a settlement arrangement or otherwise, need to be upheld and pursued by agencies across this government and future governments.
Supplementary. To the Minister, who is correct? The Prime Minister who says the Treaty Principles Bill is divisive, or David Seymour who says the bill is not divisive? And what does he think that these divided opinions mean for the Māori Crown relationship?
E te māngai o te whare. I stand by the Prime Minister's comments and say this, that the Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, can be and should be and will be a force for kotahitanga.
Supplementary. To the Minister, will he commit to, after his vote is registered as in support of the Treaty Principles Bill, fronting up to the hikoi on the forecourt of Parliament on Tuesday and explain his decision?
E te māngai o te whare. E mihi ana ki tērā pātai. Me te mea nei, kei te tautoko au i te anga whakamua o tō mātou premier, tō tātou premier, me te mea nei, ko te manako, ka tae e au, te tū, kōrero, noho, wānanga i nei kaupapa, me te tira haere e haere mai nei.
Tēnā koe te pika.
Debbie Nauru Paka.
My question is to the Minister for Māori Crown Relations, Te Arawhiti. Does he consider that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill threatens the continued existence of the Māori Crown relationship?
E te māngai o te whare.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
E mihi ana ki te pātai. First, I wanted to acknowledge that there's significant opposition to this bill across many communities, tangata Māori, tangata Tiriti, tangata Pasifika. Second, in response to the question, this bill cannot and will not wipe out the responsibilities of rangatiratanga e kāwanatanga, along with the quest to achieve equal citizenship and equality of opportunity. National supports the process to take this bill through to support Select Committee. That was the output from negotiating coalition government. However, as you know, National will not support this bill beyond Select Committee and will vote it down.
Supplementary. What message is the Minister sending to Te iwi Māori and ngā mokopuna in the gallery today that it is okay to compromise the mana o te tiriti?
E te māngai o te whare. As we know and as I've discussed today, we have taken this matter forward as a result of negotiating a coalition arrangement in light of an MMP environment and to ensure that it wasn't left for other parties to create an unstable situation. However, what I can also add and say is that please, mauria mai o pukana, o arero, o tete, tō ihi, tō wehi, tō wana to the Select Committee process.
E kira. Supplementary. How can you be a minister of this government and allow the Treaty Principles Bill to viciously attack your people?
Reword that question. The Minister is not doing anything of the sort, and the question should not be as personally directed as that.
Ka pai. How can you be a minister of this government and allow the Treaty Principles Bill to viciously attack te iwi Māori?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Point of order. She's referring to you, Mr. Speaker, and I think...
Can't hear.
Sorry, the member is saying you in the question, which in this instance is referring to you as the Speaker, and I would suggest that, again, she should be rewording that question.
Well, look, I've taken a much more liberal approach to members using the term you. In the strictest sense, that is referring to the Chair, but I think everyone knows that it was a question directed to the Minister. I certainly didn't for a minute think that the Minister, the member, was accusing me of attacking anybody. But if I'm wrong, she should tell me and I can take some action.
Never, Mr. Speaker.
Just ask the question again.
He kōrero anō. He supplementary. How can he be a minister of this government and allow the Treaty's Principle Bill to viciously attack te iwi Māori?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
There's a basic rule in this House that questions cannot have assertions in it, and that is an assertion which is not correct.
Well, I would immediately point out to the Minister that answers can't have assertions in them either. And, well, if you want to go down that track, then we'll become a very sterile House. I think given the circumstances, the way in which the Minister is handling these questions, it's not an unreasonable one to ask him to answer. The Honourable Tamapota.
E te maanga o te whare. I can acknowledge that there was genuine hurt and pain across many communities as a result of this bill. But what I will say is that
That's it. Silence.
Ka mate tēnei piri a te whakamutanga o te komiti arohaiha.
Supplementary. How will the Minister use the position to fight for te iwi Māori if there is a referendum?
E te maanga o te whare. As we've said many times, whilst the National Party is a part of this coalition government, we will vote down the proposed Treaty Principles Bill immediately after its Select Committee and at the second reading. That is what we will do, and I can repeat it as many times as you like in this whare this afternoon.
Point of order, please, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie Naldi will pick it.
The question was specific. You may think otherwise, but the question specifically asked what role or how the Minister would use the role to fight for te iwi Māori if the referendum got through. There's an assumption that it won't get through. So the question was really targeted.
The assumption was that the bill will pass. The Minister answered saying it's not going to pass, which nullifies the question. Question 10, Tamatha Paul.
Tēnā koe te maanga. My question is to the Minister of Justice. Does he have confidence that the government is upholding the rule of law and Aotearoa's constitutional arrangements?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the government is committed to upholding the rule of law and New Zealand's constitutional arrangements. I'm also confident that our constitutional arrangements have the strength to withstand unhelpful comments such as those by that member's party leader that we have, quote, a criminal justice system that we all know only serves to produce more harm, more crime and more victims, end quote, which is a slap in the face for the tens of thousands of Kiwis who work every day in the justice system to keep our communities safe.
Read your own website.
Supplementary. Yes, I'll just point out that some of the Minister's own answers there were somewhat incongruous with his concern about the questions asked earlier in the day. Tamatha Paul, sorry to interrupt you.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. How is it consistent with upholding our constitutional arrangements for the government to, in the words of the most senior legal counsel in our country, quote, unilaterally change the meaning of te tiriti?
Well, the member opposite doesn't seem to understand the processes of the Parliament. That would only happen if a law was passed and it did indeed do what the member claims. It won't be passing, and it doesn't even do what the member suggested.
What would be the effect of the government proceeding with a bill that 40 King's councillors say would, quote, cause significant legal confusion and uncertainty, inevitably resulting in protracted litigation and cost?
Well, no disrespect to the opinion of the learned King's councils, but that is also a supposition. And I'm not sure that the Minister is responsible for answering such a supposition. Please ask another question without loss of that question.
Does he agree with the open letter to the government from 40 King's councillors stating that the Treaty Principle Bill seeks to, quote, rewrite the treaty itself?
Mr. Speaker, look, the very nature of the law is that there is a wide variety of opinions, and lawyers always argue over every piece of legislation, and they are perfectly entitled to their views, and they'll have an opportunity, no doubt, to discuss them. Has
the open letter signed by the most senior legal counsel in this country given him pause for reflection or concern at all as the Minister responsible for the rule of law, constitutional arrangements and protecting our democracy?
I'm always pausing and I'm always reflecting, but I won't take lectures on the rule of law from that party, which has the view it's campaigned on removing welfare sanctions on people who are on the run. I mean, I know it's expensive to be on the run, but I don't think that strengthens the rule of law in this country.
Will he heed the call of these 40 King's Council and the Waitangi Tribunal and the tens of thousands of people currently in the hikoi across the nation to, quote, act responsibly now and abandon the bill?
Well, I'm always willing to listen to the views of all New Zealanders, and the government is also committed to its coalition agreements.
Close forward.
What exactly triggers the Minister about my statements that the criminal justice system currently creates more victims, more crime and more harm? And has he considered changing the Ministry of Justice's website and the statistics on that, which make these points demonstrably clear?
What triggers me is the fact that there are tens of thousands of New Zealanders working in the justice system that member characterised in that way, and those people are doing their very best to keep this community safe. And that member would do better to support them in their efforts to keep New Zealanders safe.
Question 11, the Honourable Willow Chen Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, is she committed to the purpose of the Education and Training Act 2020 that establishes and regulates an education system that honours Te Tiriti o Waitangi and supports Māori Crown relationships? If so, how?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. As I have said many times, raising achievement and closing the equity gap is at the heart of everything that we do. For Māori students in mainstream education, the outcomes are of great concern to me. Regular school attendance rates are 39.1%, 12% of Māori students at the end of Year 8 are at curriculum for maths, over a third of rangatahi Māori left without NCEA Level 2 last year. Everyone has a part to play, Mr. Speaker. Parents, iwi, Māori leaders, schools, the Crown and both sides of this House. This government's relentless focus on lifting attendance and achievement of tamariki Māori is an utterly essential way in which we must collectively honour the treaty.
Entry. What does tino rangatiratanga in Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi mean for Māori education?
Well, there was a comment to my right, Mr. Speaker, that mentioned charter schools. It is also this government's commitment to kaupapa Māori education. Mr. Speaker, In answer to the question, this government is about choice in education. We are massive supporters of kaupapa Māori education, as evidenced by my support for Turanga Nui and Nakura Aiwi, who I meet with regularly and have an excellent relationship with, and I'm rebuilding that relationship. It's evident in the fact, Mr Speaker, that we have also set aside $100 million for kura kaupapa property because of the state of their buildings. It's evident, Mr Speaker, in the fact that everything that we have done in structured literacy and maths in the mainstream, we have also provided in te reo Māori for rumaki and for kura kaupapa as well. Mr Speaker, we have delivered the world's first structured literacy phonics checks in te reo Māori because we are supportive of choice in education.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable LIVESTREAM Prime.
I appreciate the Minister's answer, but I was actually asking the Minister, what does tino rangatiratanga in Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi mean for Māori education?
And I would have thought that the long list of initiatives listed by the Minister is a satisfactory answer to the question, perhaps not the one the member wanted. Is there another sup?
How can she say that she is honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi when national education leaders including Te Akatea, NZEI, New Zealand Principals Federation, PPTA, Teaching Council of Aotearoa New Zealand and others have said as a group of national education organisations we are united in our opposition to the Treaty Principles Bill?
We should focus on the task at hand.
Mr Speaker, all of those organisations are also extraordinarily concerned about the achievement of our tamariki and rangatahi Māori. Every single one of those educational groups have talked about the fact that things like 66% of the young people in alternative education are our rangatahi Māori because we are utterly failing them. This is a government that is putting educational outcomes and the achievement of young Māori at the heart of everything we do so that they can go on to live the life that they want.
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
Mr Speaker, how does her approach to Te Marautanga o Aotearoa give further effect to the Education and Training Act requirement to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi?
Mr Speaker, I'm proud to be supporting Te Reo Māori in line with Article 2 of the treaty through the refresh of Te Marautanga o Aotearoa. This government is refreshing Te Marautanga to be a knowledge-rich, year-by-year curriculum in Te Reo Māori, launching Ranga Ranga Reo Ata, which is a structured literacy program teaching reading, writing and kōrero, providing free decodable books for the first time, and as I mentioned, that world-first phonics check. These tools and resources have been developed with Māori education leaders and sector groups, demonstrating my commitment to Māori Crown relationships and to raising Māori achievement.
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
Would this government consider abandoning charter schools supported by the Iwi Chairs Forum at the behest of the predominantly Pākehā teacher unions, and if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Mr Speaker. There are many Māori groups and excellent Māori educators around this country who are very excited at the prospect of running their own school and having self-determination in their own educational settings, and we support that because we know the outcomes are excellent.
The Honourable LIVESTREAM Prime.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How is she honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi and supporting Māori Crown relationships when she is whitewashing the curriculum by removing Te Tiriti o Waitangi from the curriculum framework, Te Mātaiaho, and scrapping the group of experts contributing Te Ao Māori knowledge to science?
Think about the question you've just asked and some of the concerns that have been expressed in the House, from both sides I might say, about the use of various descriptors that are in the nature of an opinion. Ask the question again without that descriptor.
How is she honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi and supporting Māori Crown relationships when she is mainstreaming the curriculum by removing Te Tiriti o Waitangi from the curriculum framework, Te Mātaiaho, and scrapping the group of experts contributing Te Ao Māori knowledge to the science curriculum?
Mr. Speaker, there have only been two parts of the curriculum that have been released: English and maths, and also in Pangaru as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, the full curriculum with all of the details has yet to be released. So that member's assertion that things have been taken out is not true, because we haven't released the full document yet.
The Honourable Waitangi Prime.
How is rebalancing Aotearoa histories in school curriculum honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi and supporting Māori Crown relationships?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems that the Education Review Office determined in their report into the New Zealand Histories curriculum was that there wasn't enough of our national history being taught. There wasn't enough consistency in the curriculum. For example, there are certain, that member should listen because this is quite important. There are certain things like the Māori land wars and people like Meri Te Tai that we should all learn about. Unfortunately, the history curriculum is far too localised and is not consistent enough. We are going to make sure that there are certain things that every single child in New Zealand should learn about our national history and how it links to international events.
James Meagher.
Supplementary question. What broader actions is she taking?
All right.
What broader actions is she taking to establish a Māori education work program and honour Māori Crown relationships?
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that this government has a Q4 target to deliver a Māori education action plan. Work on this is well along the way, supported by my recent appointment of my Māori Education Advisory Group, led by Dr. Wayne Nutter. A key recent announcement included the funding of Pangaru maths resources for Māori medium and kura, including student workbooks and teacher guides that are curriculum aligned and available in either English or Te Reo Māori. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the previous government had been concerned about Māori achievement rates, we wouldn't be sitting at 12% of Māori kids being at curriculum for mathematics.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Waitangi Prime.
How is she honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi and supporting Māori Crown relationships when te akatea who represent Māori tumuaki and leaders across Aotearoa, including the 97% of Māori learners who participate in English medium schooling, say they have not been consulted on any of the government's education priorities or proposed changes to the Act that downgrade Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the national education learning priorities?
Mr. Speaker, I've met with most of those groups. In fact, the one that the teacher spoke, I've met with Te Akatea and Bruce Jepson. And the Ministry and I both consult with a wide group of principals and groups who represent unions, teachers, including Te Akatea, Mr. Speaker.
Question 12, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Land Information.
Just wait for a minute. All right, ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Land Information. What announcements has the government made on removing roadblocks to building infrastructure?
Mr. Speaker. So the government the government is committed to making it easier to build infrastructure in New Zealand. As part of a suite of efforts to achieve this, we have appointed an independent expert advisory panel to review the Public Works Act. This important legislation allows the government to acquire land for critical infrastructure, of course, while also respecting and acknowledging property rights. I'm pleased to say that the panel has now reported back to me on recommendations for improving the fairness and efficiency of the Act.
Supplementary. Why does the Public Works Act require a review?
Mr Speaker, New Zealand has a widely acknowledged infrastructure deficit, which is holding us back socially, environmentally and economically. We're determined to do something about that soon, in particular to improve our levels of productivity, lift our standard of living, and so we need it to be easier to build infrastructure such as schools, hospitals, public transport facilities, water facilities and flood mitigation works. So the Public Works Act has not been substantially amended since 1988. It's outdated in several key respects, leading to long delays and cost blowouts.
Supplementary. What did the review focus on?
So the Independent Expert Advisory Panel has completed a short, sharp review of the Act, focusing on areas in which the efficiency, effectiveness and clarity of the Act can be improved. Modern large-scale infrastructure projects often create a knock-on effect where existing infrastructure must be upgraded or moved to accommodate the new project. For example, the current version of the Public Works Act does not allow for this, and nor does it allow for collaboration between local and central government agencies.
When will these changes come into effect?
Mr Speaker, we are moving at pace, you'll be pleased to hear. The Government is considering the panel's recommendations, and I hope to make an announcement shortly. An amendment bill will likely be introduced into this Parliament in the middle of next year.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take a few seconds for anybody who needs to leave the House to do so quietly. I'm on my feet. Before I call the next item of business, I want to make clear the expectation of conduct in the public galleries. The debating chamber is a place for MPs as elected representatives to debate important issues. The public are very welcome to watch proceedings in the House. They are not permitted to take part. An exception to this rule has been where speakers have allowed for waiata, following treaty settlements and other bills, the passing of which recognises a significant occasion. Free and unintimidated speech underpins our democracy and our parliamentary democracy. Members of Parliament must be able to debate issues without interruption from the public galleries. That becomes even more important when a bill before the House does not meet favour with all who are viewing its proceedings. Accordingly then, if anyone interrupts proceedings from the galleries, they will be removed and not permitted to return. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1. Point of order. Chloe Swarbrick.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave for the order of the day for the first reading of the Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill be discharged.
Leave is sought. Is there any objection to that course of action? Yes. No. There appears to be objection. Point of order. The Hana Rawiri Murphy Clark.
Mr Speaker, we seek to move an urgent motion that Te Pāti Māori is granted an additional 5-minute speaking slot for the first reading of the Treaty Principles Bill. If enacted, this bill will have a devastating intergenerational impact on our mokopuna.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be objection.
Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, first reading.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill.
The legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliamentary website. Point of order, Debbie Nauri-Wapaka.
Mr Speaker, according to Standing Order 116, matters subject to judicial decisions may not be referred to in any debate. Te Tiriti o Waitangi underpins the judicial system in Aotearoa, and therefore Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles are currently being adjudicated in all cases currently before the courts. It would be inappropriate to debate this matter until all of these court cases have been concluded.
Well, that would be an interesting proposition if it were realistic. It's not. Regardless of the status of the treaty, if you look at all sorts of other documents that support the constitution of or constitutional arrangements of New Zealand, then you could make the same case, and therefore all debate in the House on all matters would be suspended. The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie Nauru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is in contempt of the House according to Standing Order 418H. He has provided a bill which contains false or misleading information in an attempt to erase the rights of tangata whenua and sell our resources to offshore interests.
Well, that would be a matter for the House to deal with, not for me to deal with by way of points of order.
Well, contempt of the House.
Contempt of the House is a matter that you are suggesting. I'm certainly not going to rule on it because this is a bill that has been through a process inside the various you'd say arrangements between parties before. In fact, there is a thing called the Legislative Committee to get here. The second thing is I'd make is that if you think there has been a contempt of the House, then you need to write to the Speaker in a timely fashion. The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Mr. Speaker, in 1975, this House passed the Treaty of Waitangi Act. That Act's preamble says it was, quote, established to make recommendations on claims relating to the practical application of the principles of the treaty and, for that purpose, to determine its meaning and effect and whether certain matters are inconsistent with those principles, end quote. There was one big problem. Nowhere in the Treaty of Waitangi Act, and at no time since has this Parliament said what those principles actually are. The democratically elected body of this Parliament has been silent. Nature abhors a vacuum, so Parliament's silence has been filled by various court-finding, tribunal reports and the government departments having a go at defining the principles. They've variously arrived at the Crown having a duty to partner with Māori, to protect Māori's self-determination, to consult and redress past wrongs. What all of these principles have in common is that they afford Māori different rights from other New Zealanders. And I know why that is. Lawyers, with their training, they can't help but see a contract, and their instinct tells them to interpret a contract instead of ask what is the best constitutional foundation for a country. Seeing the treaty as a, quote, partnership between races, as the Court of Appeal once said, does not work as a constitutional foundation for a country. The lawyers will defend their logic to the hilt, but there is one question they cannot answer. Where in the world is it a good idea to give citizens different rights based on ancestry? Where in the world has that approach been a success? Dividing people into tangata whenua, land people, and tangata tiriti, people here by dint of the treaty.
A point of order. Debbie Nauru-Wapaka.
Reference 119 to sovereign. It is offensive and members cannot make reference to the sovereign. We have our own sovereign as Māori. We have never ceded sovereignty. What the Minister is doing is deliberately bringing in disrepute and making references to sovereignty of Māori.
No, look, I'm sorry, that's not a point of order that can stand against the cited point of order. It's quite clearly that I'm not going to go into the constitutional range. Standing order doesn't stand. The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, we can all think of examples where dividing people up by their race or religion has failed badly. It is the time for the body that posed that question in 1975 to say what those principles are. And the purpose of this bill is to break this Parliament's 49 years silence, to define the principles in law so it's crystal clear what the treaty means to modern New Zealanders. Section 6 is the core of the bill. It says the Treaty of Waitangi principles are as follows. Principle 1, the Executive Government of New Zealand has the full power to govern and the Parliament of New Zealand has the full power to make laws in the best interest of everyone and in accordance with the rule of law and the maintenance of a free and democratic society. Principle 2, the Crown recognises and will respect and protect the rights that hapu and iwi Māori had under the Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, at the time they signed it. However, if those rights differ from the rights of everyone, subclause 1 applies only if those rights are agreed in the settlement of a historical treaty claim under the Treaty of Waitangi Act 1975.
Just a little bit of order.
Principle
Thank you very much.
3 says that everyone is equal before the law. Everyone is entitled without discrimination, the equal protection and the equal benefit of the law and the equal enjoyment of the same fundamental human rights. These principles are based on the 3 articles of Te Tiriti, the Māori text, or at least Professor Kāwharu's 1987 translation of it. I'd like to thank the officials at the Ministry of Justice, who I suspect don't all agree with this particular kaupapa, but have been scrupulous in their professionalism and shown what the public service in New Zealand can be. The bill has other important sections. Section 7 says the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, and Section 6 must be used to interpret enactments. In other words, where there's a legal reference to the principles, this interpretation must be used. Section 8 says that the bill is not to apply to interpretation of the Treaty Settlement Act. In other words, treaty settlements are safe. Some people have said that the bill threatens treaty settlements. It does not, and there's no reason for anyone who's read the bill to say so anymore. Section 9 says nothing in this Act amends the text of the Treaty of Waitangi or Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Once again, many people have falsely claimed this bill rewrites the treaty. There's even those who campaign for toi tū te tiriti, or leave the treaty undisturbed. In black and white, this bill does not change the text of the treaty itself. What it does do is confirm the government has the right to govern New Zealand, and this Parliament has the right to make laws in the best interests of everyone. It commits to protecting the rights of everyone. And
sorry to interrupt the member, but this barrage, constant, has to stop. I'm actually hearing some of the comments that are being made, and if people think that they are in any way enlightening the debate, they are seriously deluded. So we'll have a very rare and reasonable comment only. The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It commits to protecting the rights of everyone, including Māori, and upholding treaty settlements. It commits to give equal enjoyment of the same fundamental human rights to every single New Zealander. The challenge for people who oppose this bill is to explain why they are so opposed to those basic principles. The bill does something else, and that's the answer. It democratises the principles of the treaty. It gives everyone a say. The commencement clause says the principles of this bill only come into force if a majority vote for it to do so in referendum. And as I mentioned, the principles we know today have been created by a small number of New Zealanders, even though we all have to live within them. But if democracy means anything, it means each and every person has a say in how the rules we all live under are made. It is that democratisation of the treaty that is so important. The big change here is the idea that each person has a say on the rules they live under. Even people who are convinced this bill will not become law are determined to stop it being discussed, and that's why you hear so much outspoken criticism of it. They know that whether or not this bill becomes law in this term of Parliament, it's only a matter of time before its logic prevails. That's why they say kill the bill, because they can't kill the idea behind the bill, especially not the idea of each person who lives legally in this country having equal rights. Now, let me say, I recognise there are people in Te Ao Māori who do not trust the state, and with good reason. The mai, or the pain that's grown up over centuries, is real. Land taken, culture and language squashed, discrimination in public life. There are those who say this bill takes us back to the 1950s and earlier. I hear those who seek to stir up fear and division, saying this bill will strip people of their mana, their taonga and their reo. That is simply untrue. My mission in politics is to empower every person and every community to choose the life they want to live. It's at the core of my belief system. And funnily enough, it's the same belief system that drives many Māori activist movements. I believe that you should be empowered to do what you want with your land, to start your own school or your social service in your rohi, using tikanga Māori and Māori language.
Start again, it's not going to cost you time. What is it so hard? Why is it so hard just to listen to an argument before offering a rebuttal? Can't be too hard. Well, I'm not on my feet, so I'm not taking any action. I don't want to start using members' names here, but some of the calling out is ridiculous. The Honourable David Seymour, resume.
Mr. Speaker, in short, I believe in freedom under the law, and I believe that you have those rights because of being a human being, not because you have any particular ancestry. I believe that all New Zealanders deserve tino rangatiratanga, the right to flourish as you would like to live, because all human beings are alike in dignity. And thus the bill does not extinguish any right, it does not take from anyone, it reinforces the rights of the treaty as universal human rights. There are those who say that the treaty is necessary because there's still inequity between Māori and non-Māori, on average. And that is true if you view the world as groups of people and based on ancestry and you average them. But the truth is, each person is more than an average. We are thinking and valuing beings with challenges and choices and hopes and dreams. Many Māori do very well and need little help. Many non-Māori are struggling and in need of greater help. If you want to help people in need, skip the division and just help people in need, is what I say. There are those who may agree with the sentiment of the bill, but believe that there are other priorities. The simple answer is that this government has not been stopped by this bill. In fact, this minister has not been stopped by this bill from making massive progress in health and housing and economic growth and education. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. But more importantly, a system of equal rights is essential for solving the practical problems we face. A separate health administration, seats reserved at the table of public entities, the requirement to consult people on resource management decisions based on ancestry, all of it just makes the task of solving the very real problems we solve all the harder than if we join hands in common humanity against the challenges we seek to overcome. The division that you are seeing was not caused by this bill. It's been built up over decades during which New Zealanders have come to regard themselves as based on ancestry or one side of a partnership instead of New Zealanders. And what's worse, successive governments have encouraged that division. The division is there whether this bill is here to reveal it or not, and we cannot afford to ignore it any longer. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill fills a silence this Parliament has left for 5 decades. In so doing, it affirms the basis of our country. It is not division. Treaties are supposed to unite people, not divide them. We are fortunate that our country was founded by a voluntary agreement giving ngā tikanga katoa rite tahi, or equal rights to all. And for affirming and celebrating that wonderful inheritance, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, shame on you, David Seymour. Shame on you for what you're trying to do to this nation in introducing this treaty principles bill. Ngāti Rehia will be ashamed that one of their sons has come up with a political stunt that looks to divide the nation and the partnership that we've been trying to get right, Mr. Speaker, since the most preeminent jurist in New Zealand history, Lord Cook, made that historic declaration of partnership in 1987. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to rewrite the treaty. David Seymour wants to turn over 50 years of our understanding of treaty principles and partnership. The principles are clear, Mr. Speaker. They're clear. They're about partnership. They're about equity. They're about active protection. And they're about redress. Simple. Why does this offend this minister so much? This bill seeks to give Māori rights and Indigenous rights to everyone. And there's no doubt that Mr. Seymour wants to totally change the treaty, Mr. Speaker, as we know it. That's the view of the best legal minds in the country, the King's Council, who have said, abandon this bill. The Waitangi Tribunal, who have said, by engaging with this process, the Crown was sanctioning a process that will take away Indigenous rights. And in fact, there's the view of Crown law, the government's own lawyers. That's right. The government's own lawyers, Mr. Speaker, who have said that this bill will undermine Māori rights, but still David Seymour persists with this disgusting piece of legislation. I said some time ago that he was the most dangerous politician in New Zealand, and that has come to pass. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Labour Party member, but I'm also a proud Māori and New Zealander. And I denounce this foul attempt to rewrite the constitutional framework of this nation simply because the Prime Minister is too weak to stop the dangerous extremism of the ACT Party. The party of Doug Graham, the party of Chris Finlayson, Jim Bolger, Jenny Shipley, none of those people would have been played the way the Prime Minister has been played, Mr. Speaker.
That is the last time there is to be any outburst from the gallery. And that is the last time we're to hear a personal reflection of that nature in today's speeches. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims this is MMP and his hands are tied. But he chose, Mr. Speaker, to sell Māori down the river and chose to throw all our shared work out just so he could be Prime Minister. Every single National Party member should be ashamed at the cowardice shown by the Prime Minister and this party. By introducing the bill, National
Jackson,
are letting Māoridom down.
Think about what you're saying.
Oh, I have very much, Mr. Speaker, but thank you for that.
I know, but not very clearly, obviously.
Oh, well, that's your view, Mr. Speaker, but thank you for that.
Sorry to interrupt you, but don't go down that track.
Okay. By introducing the bill, though, sir, National are allowing David Seymour to launch a 6-month hate tour.
That's right.
He's using that 6-month hate tour to launch a citizen-initiated referendum to fight the National Party in 1996. The Minister's Vanity Treaty Principles Bill will cost us $4 million, Mr. Speaker. $4 million at a time when we've got a cost of living going through the roof. I'm telling Mr. Seymour, Mr. Speaker, and some of the National Party members that who are enabling this, that Māoridom will never accept our redefining of the relationship with the Crown. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. We will march and hikoi for our rights. Mo ake. Mr. Speaker, this Minister has purposely allowed misinformation to replace the true nature of the relationship from the Māori chiefs and Crown and sold that criticism as equality. He is not standing up for democracy. He is using and abusing democracy against my people, against your people. How dare you, David Seymour? Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was on a hikoi. I was so proud to be on that hikoi with our political colleagues, Māori Party, Green Party, wonderful. Asians, Māori, Pacifica were all there. They gave me a clear message, Mr. Speaker, and I agreed to give that message here today. This is to you, David Seymour. You fuel hatred and misinformation in this country. You bring out the worst in New Zealanders. You should be ashamed of yourself, and you are a liar.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
It's all right. I'm about to rule.
Okay.
Withdraw and apologise for that last statement.
No, I can't do that.
Willie Jackson, I'm asking you to withdraw and apologise for your last statement. And Willie Jackson, are you not going to withdraw for saying something so blatantly unparliamentary as that? It doesn't matter who it came from. You used the term in the House. You made the accusation in the House. Withdraw and apologise. All right, then I'm going to have to ask the member to withdraw himself from the House for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, whichever. Got it.
Thank you, Willie.
When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. That, Mr. Speaker, is what is behind this bill. Its architect tells us that this is about equality, but we do not have equality in this country. Pick almost any statistic that you like. housing, incarceration, health, life expectancy, Māori get unfair and unequal outcomes because of unfair and unequal treatment, which started with the Crown's intentional, violent actions to dishonour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. But Mr. Speaker, this is not just about Māori. This is about all of us. Te Tiriti is why and how each of us are on this whenua. It tells us so much about who we are, how we got here, and where we go if we treat each other and our planet well, if we are good treaty partners. Capitalism. That is an economic system with the key priority to turn profit at almost any cost, needs colonisation. This insatiable, unsustainable economic system needs to assimilate and acquire new frontiers to exploit. It needs to turn every citizen into a consumer and to commodify our natural world. And right now, in this country, the biggest thing standing in its way is the resilience and the fire and the enduring movement for mana motuhake. Mr. Speaker, when Te Tiriti was signed, Māori outnumbered Pākehā 40-1. Can you imagine a small group of people coming to this country, signing an agreement to look after themselves in orderly cohabitation, then instead taking our land and our language? Well, that is the abridged history of Aotearoa, New Zealand. That is what the British Crown did in establishing this Parliament and its institutions. The legacy of that violent oppression, theft and colonisation and the breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi is represented in today's deeply unequal and unfair statistics. In people's lives, Mr. Speaker, Pākehā mā, tauiwi mā, we have been told for almost all of our lives that Māori sovereignty is something to be afraid of. Who has been telling you that? Who benefits and who pays the price? The discomfort that you feel, that I once felt, is an invitation to listen, to learn, to understand, and to honour. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a gift. It is a blueprint of an Aotearoa that respects people and planet. It is the antidote to the exhaustion and the disenfranchisement that I know profoundly is felt in communities across this country right now. Now, some politicians will tell you that we just need a clean slate to the past. They will tell you that people today should not be held responsible for the actions of our forebears. So let's be really, really clear here. You do not need to be personally responsible for the historical dishonouring of Te Tiriti o Waitangi to actively benefit from that horrific legacy today. That is the truth. But this Parliament does benefit. All 123 members of this Parliament do benefit. The power in this place, in this Parliament, was built on a legacy of deceit, dehumanisation and domination. And today, all 123 members of Parliament will vote to either further entrench that utterly shameful legacy or to be honest and to do something about it. The Prime Minister has told us that there's nothing that he likes about this divisive bill. He's told us that the National Party don't support this bill. Mr. Speaker, any member of Parliament in this chamber right now can call for a personal vote on this bill to vote differently from their party, to put the country above partisan politics. A leader or a whip cannot stop MPs' constitutional right to vote how they know that they need to. Mr. Speaker, my question to MPs is, are you here to hold on to power at any cost, or are you here to do the right thing? Are you here to listen to your conscience, or are you here to give it all up on one of the most significant votes in this House in our lifetimes? Because if you wear the mask for a little while, it becomes your face. We are what we do. If you vote for this bill, this is who you are, and this is how you will be remembered. Toitu Te Tiriti.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The background to the arrival of this bill for its first reading in Parliament has been well traversed. Coalition agreement between ACT and National stipulates that National will support the Treaty Principles Bill for its first reading and to select committee, and that's what we're doing today. The Prime Minister also has indicated many times that as far as the National Party is concerned, that as far as our support will go. Parliament first referred to the principles of the treaty in the 1970s, but never defined them. The court stepped into that vacuum over the past 30-odd years. The principles of the treaty, such as the concept of partnership, have gained more and more weight over time. It is, of course, appropriate for politicians and the public to debate what the treaty means today and what it should mean in the future. The interpretations given by the courts are not gospel. We should be able to debate these things. Our concern comes, however, with the process under this bill, whereby Parliament would simply set down its interpretation of the treaty and then seek a majority of the public to confirm it in a referendum. This is a crude way to handle a very delicate subject. With a wave of the wand, as it were, we would unwind more than 30 years of jurisprudence, winner takes all. Of course, there will be a wide variety of views amongst Māori, just as there is amongst any group. But those opposed to the changes will likely conclude that fundamental change is being imposed on them by a majority if it were to pass. That would risk stoking an already keen sense of grievance. It would risk increasing divisions in our country rather than reducing them. That's why National has indicated it will not support the bill in its final stages or for it to be put to a referendum. We believe the better way to address the many legitimate questions about the role of the treaty in our democracy today is to progress the numerous specific changes we are making issue by issue. The guiding principle is that in our efforts to honour Treaty of Waitangi commitments and the treaty's settlement, we should never lose sight of the basic expectations of people living in a modern democratic society.
Yeah, order. Enough of that constant across the House comment that adds nothing to the debate. No, the member no not shocked at that. If I was to write it down and present it to him, he'd be horrified. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
The guiding principle is that in our efforts to honour Treaty of Waitangi commitments and treaty settlements, we should never lose sight of the basic expectations of people living in a modern democratic society, such as equal voting rights, equality before the law, and broadly speaking, an equal say in matters affecting their lives and the world around them. There is a tension between those two things, between honouring commitments to Māori flowing from the treaty and the basic expectations of equality in a modern democracy. This is a tension that can't just be glossed over or ignored. Our proposition is that as a nation we should be serious in our commitment to the first, but in doing so should be careful never to lose sight of or drift too far from the second. To be absolutist in the sense of demanding perfect equal treatment on absolutely everything would be to overlook the complications of history and commitments made. All democracies have kinks in them flowing from historical compromises. Think of the UK House of Lords, or the fact that voters in the US Senate elections in Wyoming have a much greater say than voters in California. At the same time, to drift too far from basic equality would be an invitation to disaster. So this is not a topic that lends itself to a neat, tidy, single solution. It has to be worked through issue by issue, which is what we are doing. That's why we have reasserted the principle that healthcare should be delivered on the basis of need alone. That's why we're pushing back against the previous government's move against equal voting rights in local government. That's why we're unwinding co-governance arrangements in core public services and a separate Māori Health Authority. That's why we've taken the unusual step of overturning the reasoning behind a Court of Appeal ruling in the Marine and Coastal Area Act to restore a high test before the customary marine title is awarded on parts of our coastline. That's why we're embarking on the mammoth task of reviewing the treaty references in existing legislation to ensure they're clear about what Parliament does and doesn't mean. At the same time, we're committed to continuing and completing the treaty settlement process began in the 1990s. It's been a bipartisan effort over decades and involved thousands of Māori up and down the country studying history, negotiating, forming new structures and managing settlements. The settlements have never been an exercise in attaining perfection, but it is the best effort across many generations, and we're proud of those efforts. The government will never lose sight of the reality that the things that most Māori want are the same as what most other New Zealanders want: a strong economy that can deliver jobs and incomes and sustain good standing of living, decent housing, to feel safe in their community, and for their kids to access great education that set them up to succeed. The reality is that in each of those areas, Māori... Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No, your time's up. So.
Yeah, well, I was interrupted half a dozen times by the barracking and intimidation on the other side.
Sit down.
Eh?
Sit down.
Can I keep
time's
going?
Up.
Oh, my time's up.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Te waipaunama I ka Amaoi nā iwi katoa tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te kāinga manaaki he mahana, ko te kāinga whānau he aroha, ko te kāinga wairoa he pumua.
Okay, right, sorry. I've asked repeatedly for people to restrain themselves a little bit. Of course, emotions run high in a debate like this, but outbursts of the type we're getting don't change that. So please, just respect a bit of decorum in the House. The Honourable Casey Costello.
As this Ngāpuhi proverb says, the warm home is safe, the family home is love, the home with spirit endures. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, in this House of Parliament, our democracy, a home where, as it's evident today, our spirit endures. Today, I do not speak only about principles, legal contrivances, ideological posture, rather to reflect on the deeper roots beyond politics. The very elements my ancestor Tamati Wakanini highlighted when he signed the treaty in 1840. As it was recorded when signing the treaty, the chiefs were greeted, "He iwi tahi tātou, together we are a people, a nation," and we did form a nation, and our people, although not always getting it right, did come together. We are not a people who should fear debate, ideas or difference of opinion. Democracy is weakened by a censorious approach. Democracy is chilled if the highest court in the land is stifled. Difference of opinion are expected, and today in the esteemed debating chamber we have the chance to demonstrate that we are not censorious and we will not be stifled. There is nothing to fear through challenging ideas and presenting different positions. That is what brings us to the House today, the ability to bring ideas, challenge those ideas and perhaps be enriched by those different perspectives and maybe come to a better position because of what we have learned. New Zealand First has a very long and consistent history, Mr. Speaker, on our position regarding the treaty principles. As a party, we have brought legislation to this House in order to deliver clarity and certainty to this nation regarding the treaty and its influence on who we are. We have and continue to reject that there are principles. New Zealand First brought legislation in 2005, the Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Deletion Bill, which was voted down. Following the 2005 election, a confidence and supply agreement between the Labour Party and New Zealand First stated, "Support New Zealand First bill relating to treaty principles going to Select Committee for consideration." This allowed us to bring this bill back to this House. Therefore, it seems not unprecedented to allow contentious legislation in the agreements to form a government to come to this House. And we are a healthy enough democracy to survive contentious debate. We do not stand alone on this view that there are no treaty principles. Our leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, has referred often to the great Māori leaders who forged the path for a better New Zealand. Sir Aparana Ngata, Sir Peter Buck, Sir Maui Pomare, Sir James Carroll. They all shared the position that there were no principles to the treaty, and that will remain New Zealand First's position. Is it under the shared knowledge and understanding of our history that New Zealand First has remained committed to the purpose of the treaty? As Dame Whena Cooper said, we signed the treaty to become one people. But that does not mean that we turn away from our obligation to our democracy. As my esteemed colleague, the Honourable Shane Jones, elucidated to the House yesterday, this precious place in which we stand is a place where ideas must be respected. Parliamentarians are entitled to put ideas forward for debate. The issues on which a party campaigned and through that campaign received a mandate to enter this House must be respected, and the process of our democracy must be afforded the opportunity to be heard. We need in this House to be guardians of the rights that this chamber represents. Free and open exchange of ideas is not something to be feared. It is a legacy that was hard fought by many who have gone before. Agreement and consensus of opinion accompanied by a reluctance to put forward different thinking would stifle the development of ideas to broaden our minds and innovate our solutions. So this bill is brought to the House for consideration, and I cannot help but be reminded of the words of Voltaire, to paraphrase, "I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it." It is important to maintain perspective and dignity in this debate, and we do not allow this to become antagonistic. New Zealand First will, as we have committed to, support this bill to the first reading. It is our commitment to this government and to this democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How can the House call for greater respect across the aisles with that sort of commentary coming during a member's speech? Just calm it down. Rauuri Waititi.
Mr. Speaker. As I take to my feet, and as my people have taken to theirs, I stand here on behalf of my babies in the gallery and all of our mokopuna. Ko aku whakaaro kei te ika huirua o te wā. As I stood at the edge of Te Rerenga Wairua at the beginning of our hikoi, ka tangi koto koto kia koro Bomb Gillies and my taina Ricky Mitai. Both are the epitome of kotahitanga in life and death. The kotahitanga of the Māori battalion on the battlefield meant their survival and success. They knew that division would be fatal, a lesson to us all. Ricky Lee, in the short life, has embodied the voice of kotahitanga from the lens of kohanga reo generation. And in death, he has brought together all generations and all iwi as they mourn what should have been a future leader they had nurtured and moulded. They are the cost of kotahitanga, and they are the mana and tapu of our toitu Te Tiriti Hikoi. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is superior to any person and any law ever created in this House. It is the constitutional document by this House, and democracy is established here in Aotearoa. This Parliament means nothing in Aotearoa without Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The only reason this Parliament exists in Aotearoa is because our tipuna consented to it. The only people who can make changes in an agreement are the parties who signed it. The King of England, me ngā rangatira o ngā hapu o Aotearoa. Now tell me, David Seymour, which one of those are you? ACT are seen to be pulling the strings and running the country like the KKK with a swipe card to the beehive. And Luxon doesn't even care. There's a ghost in his chair. Everybody, every single one of the members sitting on that side of the House have enabled this bill to be introduced to the House. You are complicit in the harm and the division that this presents, and are complicit in the euthanizing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. You have no right to touch something you have no mana over. Te Tiriti o Waitangi sits above you. You have no right to make VIP decisions from the cheap seats. How dare you threaten our mokopuna? Te Tiriti was an arrangement to unify. This bill serves to divide. Te iwi Māori don't expect this House to liberate us. We must be our own liberation. We've been talking about Pākehā honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi, expecting solutions to come from the very House that attacks us every single day. So the real question we now need to ask ourselves at Iwi Māori is when will we honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi? Article 1 gave consent to Pākehā to govern over themselves. They've assumed governance over us. When will we begin to assume governance ourselves? Te Pāti Māori is the only party committed to establishing our own whare rangatira. E aho. E aho. Our role as the Pāti Māori is not to be a part of this system, but to create our own. What is the pathway forward for us at te iwi? Tino rangatiratanga and self-governance is the ultimate goal. But there are steps we must take to get there. First, we need to do what we need to do to get rid of this government. This must be a one-term government. How do we do that? E te iwi Māori. We must all register on the Māori roll. E oho. Everybody must register on the Māori roll if you are Māori, if you have Māori whakapapa. That is the goal. In order to make this a one-term government, we need more Māori voices in this House. We need more Māori independent seats in this House. That is how we do it. Everybody on the Māori roll, if you're Māori, get on the Māori roll. Talk to your pakeke. Ko rātou ngā mea kei te raru. The rangatahi are migrating. They are registering on the Māori roll. That must be our goal. E taku iwi Māori, 35,000 people marched yesterday across that bridge. And they will arrive here in Parliament. And one message to you, David, is see you next Tuesday. Kia ora tata.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. As I reflect on the 16 years...
Just wait till the House and galleries go quiet.
Mr Speaker,
Honourable Louise Upston.
As I reflect over the 16 years that I've been a Member of Parliament, as a country we have faced some significant challenges. And I know that we are better when we face them together, when we are united. National's long-held position is that a referendum on the treaty would be divisive and would not deliver an outcome that takes our country forward. It's a simplistic approach to a very complex issue. Over successive decades, our country has grappled with how to deal with the treaty, and of course, significant challenges remain. National has never shied away from the challenging issues or the hard work that is needed. Working together through the issues around the treaty on a case-by-case, issue-by-issue basis. I'm proud to be part of National's broad church approach to dealing with tough issues and our track record of doing just that. We have actively progressed treaty settlements to address historical wrongdoings. We continue to build on the relationships that we have forged with iwi Māori over the decades. We have reversed a number of Labour's divisive co-governance policies like Three Waters and the Māori Health Authority. We are working through specific instances where the treaty is mentioned in legislation, and we need to be clear about what it means in the context of that legislation. It is a harder approach, but it is the right approach because it will deliver enduring solutions. It is simply not realistic to suggest 184 years of debate can be settled with the broad stroke of a pen. Mr Speaker, National's focus and motivation on improving outcomes for all New Zealanders by rebuilding the economy, restoring law and order and delivering better public services. Through government, business, iwi and community working together, we will have a greater impact on the people we serve. This bill does nothing to help. I am determined to build a society that breaks down barriers for Kiwis with the highest needs. Too often, those with the highest needs are Māori. And in many cases, Mr Speaker, Māori have the answers. And I'm proud of the work that we do to support a by Māori, for Māori approach. We are working to help New Zealanders with a package of reforms to get our kids back to school and learning the basics brilliantly, through programs that support families to move out of motels and into stable housing, and by helping people move off benefits and into work. This is how we improve lives and opportunities for New Zealanders. This bill does nothing to help. Mr. Speaker, MMP is a complex environment, and all parties are required to make compromises to form a government. National will uphold the coalition agreement with ACT and support their treaty principles bill at first reading, allowing it to go to select committee. However, we will vote against it at the second reading, as this bill does nothing to help.
Speaker.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, te mana whakawā. This bill is a shameful return to some of the most offensive legislation this House has passed. When we look back and we think of the Māori Prisoners Act in 1880, suspending trial rights for Māori at Parihaka, the New Zealand Settlements Act 1863, confiscating land after Tainui Wars, the Tūhanga Suppression Act of 1907, banning traditional practices, and the Native Schools Act of 1867, banning the use of te reo. We look back now, we think, how could Parliament have been so wrong, so fundamentally at odds with the promises made in the treaty, so racist? Yet here we are. Christopher Luxon, you are presiding over the most racist piece of legislation in 100 years.
You could use the word is, but not you. Just I'll take a liberal approach generally, but getting a little bit tired of the number of accusations firing my way at the moment. So you could word that a different way. No loss of time here.
I'll continue. This bill is a bill that's so obnoxious that 40 King's Council have spoken out against it. They point out that this coalition government's treaty principles bill seeks to redefine in law the meaning of the treaty by replacing existing treaty principles with new treaty principles which are said to reflect the three articles of the treaty. The problem is they don't. By imposing a contested definition of the three articles, the bill seeks to rewrite the treaty itself. But the treaty has endured, despite everything, a hastily drafted document that has versions in Māori and English that don't agree with each other. A treaty which this House has repeatedly ignored. A treaty that the courts once called a nullity, but its spirit has endured. Māori have never given up. They have been tenacious across generations. In the treaty, there is an underlying agreement and an intention between the Crown and Māori to work in partnership, to recognise their respective spheres of authority, and to protect, promote and preserve those things which are Māori. This bill seeks to do away with this by rewriting how the treaty works, by creating a new and deeply objectionable principles which deny the authority of Māori. What then is the promise of Te Rangatiratanga in the treaty? In the words of those 42 distinguished lawyers, this new principle erases the Crown's Article 2 guarantee to Māori of Te Rangatiratanga. It seeks to undermine the chieftainship and self-determination and their political authority. This is a damaging piece of legislation. This government, Christopher Luxon, is taking a wrecking ball to the work that has been done by successive governments over the past 50 years since the Waitangi Tribunal was established. This bill would amount to the dictatorship of the majority. This Parliament can and has passed racist laws in the past, and Māori are still paying the price, and we all are still paying the price. So we've come a long way since those laws were passed, or so we thought. We've recognised that this House does not have an unfettered mandate to violate the rights of others. But this bill demonstrates that some people still think that because Parliament is sovereign, because the power exists, there's a mandate to expropriate, rewrite and revisit. They think their power is unfettered, unbridled and unconstrained, but it's not. As those 42 King's Council said, even if Parliament can legislate like this, it should not, because it's not for the government of the day to retrospectively and unilaterally reinterpret constitutional treaties. That would offend the basic principles which underpin New Zealand's representative democracy. There are big constitutional questions that deserve debate, and the treaty is one of them, a contentious one. But it should be given a debate which is careful and conducted in good faith. This government has approached this debate in a way that's disrespectful at best and hateful at worst. Will a later Parliament look back at the conduct of Christopher Luxon presiding over this bill and put it alongside those parliaments which drove a wedge in our society, caused generations of harm? I think so. And now we go to a futile select committee process, one where they've said they're not going to vote for it, we're not going to vote for it. It's wasteful, it's divisive. That government should be ashamed.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in this debate, and in doing so I want to echo the words of my National Party colleagues who have already spoken. It's National's long-held position, Mr. Speaker, that the referendum or a referendum on the treaty would be divisive. We therefore do not support this bill becoming law. We believe this bill is a simplistic approach to what is a very complex issue and will not deliver the equality of opportunity that National believes all New Zealanders deserve. Mr. Speaker, over successive decades, New Zealand has grappled with how to deal with the treaty. And it's not realistic to suggest that almost 200 years of debate over what is an incredibly complex and challenging issue would be resolved by the passing of a single piece of legislation. It is too blunt and simplistic and risks stoking grievance and driving division. National, therefore, Mr. Speaker, takes the more difficult but more practical and enduring approach to dealing with treaty and race issues. And that is to work together on these issues, case by case. Mr. Speaker, successive national governments have worked well with Māori on treaty issues, and we have a proud track record of progressing treaty settlements to address historic wrongdoings. We know we won't always agree with each other on the best way forward, and that is to be expected, Mr. Speaker.
Give it a rest.
On an issue as complex as this. For instance, Mr. Speaker, National does not believe in co-governance of public services. And we don't agree that having a separate Māori health bureaucracy or a co-governance of local water assets is the way to achieve equality of opportunity. Just as we do not believe that this bill will help us to achieve the equality of opportunity all New Zealanders deserve. National was elected to rebuild the economy, to restore law and order, and deliver better public services. This bill does none of those things. Mr. Speaker, the reality of MMP is that parties...
Constantly talking like that is not interjecting. It's being disorderly. There are two members particularly who've done it repeatedly throughout the afternoon, and I've been very, very tolerant. But they should remain silent for the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds, at least. Actually, a couple of days would be good, but the Honourable Scott Simpson.
Hope springs eternal. Mr. Speaker, the reality of MMP, as I was saying, is that parties are required to make compromises to form a government. That's the essence of MMP. And National has made a commitment to our coalition partner that we will support this bill to select committee. And we will honour that commitment today by voting as such.
Stop there. What did I just say about constantly talking? No, it wasn't them. I was looking directly at the member who is in my line of sight at the moment. No, please, enough.
As I was saying, Mr Speaker, we will honour that commitment today by voting as we have agreed in our coalition agreement. However, National is united in our view that this bill should not pass into law, and that is why we will vote against it at second reading. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Kushla Tangariri Manuel.
Tēnā koe e te maunga te whare. O tira tātou katoa. E hara taku maunga a hikurangi I te maunga neke neke. He maunga tūtonu, mai ona mata. Engari I tēnei rā, kei te hunuku a hikurangi ki konei, kei te whakahe I tēnei pere kinora atu. My mountain, hikurangi, Mr Speaker, is not a moving mountain. It has stood fast since time immemorial. But today, hikurangi is on the move, supporting the thousands descending upon Parliament to condemn this divisive Momo Moni, Momo Timer bill. Hoi, ko taku mihi tuatahi I tēnei rā, kia koutou e tuana mo tēnei kaupapa. Kia whai mana tonu te Treaty o Waitangi. Kei te rongo au I tō koutou ihi, tō koutou wehi, tō koutou wana, tō koutou mana, tō koutou tūmanako. Tēnei te mihi nui roa atu kia koutou, e whawhai tonu ana mo mātou te iwi Māori, mo a mātou tika. Ko te inoi, kia kaha tonu koutou, mā te atua koutou e manaaki, e tiaki, kia tai ora koutou ki konei a tērā wiki. Mr Speaker, I stand today with a great sense of responsibility to those gone before me and the mokopuna who will come. I feel them here with me as I stand to condemn this backward-looking, resource-wasting, divisive bill, the Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill. I stand here proud to be Māori, tangata whenua, a proud wīwi Ngāti, but I also stand here ashamed that this government is even entertaining this ridiculous bill.
Shame on them.
What are we grappling with? It's simple. Honour the treaty, no grapple involved. The people of Ikaroa Rāwhiti brought me to this house with hope. Hope that we might actually address the real issues whānau are facing. Issues like housing, employment, education, economic development. Instead, on a daily basis, they are faced with what they describe as incessant attacks on Māori. The removal of Section 7AA from the Oranga Tamariki Act. Te aka whai ora. But this bill, Mr Speaker, this takes the cake. The explanatory note of this bill says that an overarching objective is to, quote, promote a national conversation about the place of the principles, etc., end quote. Māori have held national conversations about all aspects of Te Treaty since the 5th of February 1840 at Taurangatira. It's been debated on every marae, the length and breadth of Aotearoa since. Why should this government's belated arrival to the scene usurp all the conversations that have gone on before? Honour Te Treaty before altering the spirit, intent and outcomes Tipuna signed up to. Yesterday we stood in unison to honour Tā Bom Gillies, who said, quote, we returned from war to the continued subjugation of Māori, since the treaty to this day. Honestly, e heka mā, what is the price of citizenship? Since signing what was effectively our very first social cohesion document, Māori have held up our side of the bargain. Māori have fought for this country. Māori have died for this country. Let Māori live in this country with tino rangatiratanga, as we afforded our treaty partners. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not a threat to tino rangatiratanga. Ko tōku mana no tua whakarere. Ko tō mātou mana no tua whakarere. This bill has already impacted Māori Crown relationships. Iwi have united in their stance against this backward-looking, money-wasting, divisive bill. Hei whakakapi e hika mā, kei te tautoko a wau i ngā kōrero a taku tungane. Māori mā, e tū, me pōti. As my favourite banner so far on the hikoi has said, we don't need to change the treaty. We do not need to change the treaty. We need to change this government. Mr. Speaker, I stand united with the thousands across Aotearoa who are descending upon Parliament kei te whakahera wātua wau i tēnei pere, tēnā tātou.
James Mega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been well covered, National does not support this bill becoming law. Minister Goldsmith outlined very clearly our long-held position on this bill and the reasons why we will vote for it to go to a select committee.
So the last speech is going to be heard in silence. Someone disagree?
As I say, Minister Goldsmith did outline very clearly our long-held position on this bill and the reasons why we will vote for it to go to a select committee hearing, but no further. A coalition agreement with ACT stipulates we will, quote, introduce a treaty principles bill based on existing ACT policy and support it to a select committee as soon as practicable. We will honour this commitment and support this bill to select committee. Mr. Speaker, we will also honour our pre-election commitment and vote against the bill at second reading. It is important to point out that compromises like this are at the heart of the MMP system New Zealanders voted to introduce before the 1996 election and reaffirmed their support of at the 2011 referendum. I suspect neither the National Party nor the ACT Party have achieved exactly what they want with the outcome of this debate, but that is the reality of forming coalitions under MMP. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the treaty is a topic of debate in this country, and it has been for the almost 200 years since its signing. And different people will have different views about what it means. But the things that people stop me in the street about in my electorate are the same things that National is squarely focused on addressing. How do they pay the mortgage or the rent? How do they fill the car or the shopping trolley? How do they find work after their freezing works is shut down? How do we make our communities safe? How do they get the healthcare they need when they need it? How do they make sure their kids are equipped with the skills that they need to live better lives than their parents did? That is not to say that this issue is not important to some people. And the select committee process will allow everyone who wants to make a submission and have their say. But to suggest that this bill would put an end to nearly 2 centuries of debate is not practical, nor is it realistic. So while National does not support this bill becoming law, as Chair of the Justice Committee, and out of respect for our parliamentary process and the institutions of this House, it is my job to ensure submissions are heard respectfully and in line with standing orders. And it is my commitment to do just that. So I just simply and respectfully ask that all members do the same as this bill is considered over the coming months. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. The ayes have it. We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote.
Mr. Speaker, I call that a personal vote.
No, sit down. We're in the middle of a vote. The ayes have it. First, a party vote's been called for.
Mr. Speaker.
A party vote has been called for. There's a process here.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand first.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Kawana! Ka whakamanu whiriti a koe au! A kamate, kamate,
The House is suspended until the ringing of the bells. The gallery is to be cleared. At the end of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark misused the voting procedure to stage a protest. Other members joined in. The result is that the vote was not declared and the bill has not yet been read a first time. I'll proceed to that shortly. Firstly, the matter of misconduct, appallingly disrespectful conduct inside the House. Premeditated actions to disrupt the House by one of its members is grossly disorderly. And I name Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark. Therefore, the question is that Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark be suspended from the service of the House. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those for that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for.
49 votes in favour.
34 votes against.
15 votes opposed.
11 votes in favour.
8 votes in favour.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Point of order, remembering that I haven't yet declared a vote.
It was on that question, though, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I call that a personal vote be held on that question, which has just been put under Standing Order 142.
If you read the standing orders, you can't do that until you know what the vote is. It's quite clear. I'll just make this explanation for anyone who's watching. The limitations on a speaker accepting a motion for a personal vote are in our standing orders. Reason to believe that there is a gap between the vote legitimately cast by party whips and the intentions of members. That needs to be signalled by a member. It cannot be called for by other members. Quite clear. Principles of Treaty of Waitangi Bill. The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Point of order.
To be clear, the Green Party will allow all of our MPs to vote in line with their conscience and not whip our MPs. So on that note, I call for a personal vote to be held on that question of the Treaty Principles Bill at first reading under Standing Order 142.
No, I'm not accepting that. The time for the Green Party to notify me or the clerk that there was to be a personal vote by its members would have been before the party vote was cast. That is very clear. It's been clear for nearly, how long? Since 1996. So nothing new in that. Call on government orders of the
Principles
day.
of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, first reading.
I call on government orders of the day number 2. So sorry. Yeah, okay. Point of order.
Speaker. I reflect on your naming of one member for grossly disorderly conduct. I wonder if others who participated in the same action might also be suitable to name for doing the same thing, in particular getting out of their seats and coming up to the desks of members from the opposite side of the House. As you know, that's been the subject of a matter of privilege. I wonder if your guidance is that it should be raised that way, or if perhaps they too should be named.
Thank you for your question. I would suggest that if you think there has been a matter of privilege breached, then a letter stating that would be the next course of action. It is, in this case, naming is a very serious thing, and I certainly don't do it lightly or with any degree of personal satisfaction whatsoever. But it is the instigator of the disorder that should receive that very, very high penalty. If you think there's more to be done, then write me a letter. In the meantime, the question is that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. Question is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Government Notice of Motion number 1 regarding the extension of authorisations made under Section 9 of the Defence Act 1990.
The Honourable Chris Peck.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move Government Notice of Motion number 1 in the name of the Honourable Judith Collins in her capacity as the Minister of Defence regarding an extension of authorisations made under Section 9, subsection 8 of the Defence Act 1990. Sir, as my colleague and friend the Honourable Judith Collins KC advised the House yesterday, as Minister of Defence she had authorised the use of the armed forces to perform a public service in connection with an industrial dispute. Sir, the purpose of this motion is to advise the House of the period of time for which that authorisation will apply. On the 5th of November, the New Zealand Defence Force received an official notice from the New Zealand Public Service Association, PSA, that strike action would occur from 6 November to 31 January. Among other things, this will impact security guard and firefighting services at various camps and bases across New Zealand. The Minister of Defence, in line with Section 9, subsection 2 of the Defence Act, has authorised the use of appropriately trained members of the armed forces to provide security guard services at certain defence areas, and for appropriately trained members of the armed forces to provide aircraft rescue firefighting service at Base Auckland in Whenuapai. Sir, it is in the public interest that the security of defence areas and firefighting services can be maintained throughout the industrial dispute to ensure the safety, preservation of life and the protection of critical infrastructure and assets. Simply put, the New Zealand Defence Force can only maintain our national security by ensuring these camps and bases are kept safe and secure. These actions, authorised by the Minister of Defence, are necessary to maintain public health and safety. Further, the Defence Force continues to bargain in good faith with the PSA. These are hard questions, Mr Speaker, and are not made lightly. The New Zealand Defence Force effectively went into this financial year with less operating expenditure than previous year due to cost pressures, such as rising fuel and power costs. The Defence Force has, therefore, undergone a rapid reprioritisation of its budget to ensure that ships, aircraft, equipment and personnel are ready to respond when needed. I acknowledge the valuable contributions that civilian staff in the New Zealand Defence Force make in service of New Zealand's national security, sir, and of course I acknowledge that along with the contribution likewise that is made by our uniformed personnel. Unfortunately, we do not live in a benign strategic environment, and so it is a fact of life that the Defence Force must prioritise core military outputs in the current fiscal environment in order to support our international partners and ensure that New Zealand does its bit for the international rules-based order. While the current industrial action is an operational matter, I place on record, sir, that I have and the Minister of Defence and this government has complete faith in the Chief of Defence Force to prioritise accordingly in the current fiscal environment.
Camilla Ballich.
Mr Speaker, and I wanted to take the opportunity to respond to this Government Notice of Motion number 1 as moved by the Minister on behalf of the Honourable Judith Collins KC. And I wanted to briefly touch on the circumstances surrounding these quite unusual notices and authorisations that the Minister has made, and then also to make an amendment to the motion which has been tabled by the Minister today, sir. So I will speak to that motion and then be tabling that motion as well. But I think it's important for the House to note that 1,000 civilian Defence Force have given notice to go on strike, and the dates that they have proposed to go on strike is from the 6th of November until the 31st of January. Now, the circumstances of this particular strike, I dare say, and I dare say there's probably agreement across the House, were not entered into lightly by the members of the civilian members of the Defence Force who decided to take this strike action. And it is important to note that the circumstances of that were that they received a 0% offer from their employers in relation to their most recent pay negotiation. It won't be news to this House that there's been significant increases in terms of inflation in recent times. And for those members of the civilian staff to then receive a 0% increase, it should not be, well actually the previous government did actually look at giving pay increases to civilian staff, as I understand, and certainly this 0% offer. Would the member like to take a call to ask some of these questions? Because I would welcome. I'm not. I don't have to answer questions in this House.
If we could not have the question, I'd appreciate that.
I'm not a minister. I am simply making a suggestion to amend and noting the circumstances. And I'm sure that member has as much respect as I do for the civilian Defence Force who are on strike at the moment, and additionally for the members of the Defence Force who have been, as a result of this motion, asked to perform the work of the civilian Defence Force, showing, I think, proving the essential nature of the work that the civilian staff do and the importance of the work, not only to their day-to-day jobs, but in fact, as we've seen in many of these authorisations that have been made, to the, in fact, workings of the Defence Force. Now, these circumstances, I would offer, are entirely of the government's making. They have chosen to cut parts of the defence budget, which has resulted in this quite astonishing 0% offer to staff. This, Mr. Speaker, is the cause of this strike. This is the cause of this strike. So, the Minister has then taken quite an extraordinary act, which has only been, and I have asked the Parliamentary Library to research this, used in a few occasions in our recent history. Once in 1996, in 2001, as has been recently covered in the media, and again I understand in 2018 by Ron Mark. So this is a very, very rare power. And one of the things that I'm interested in, and I would hope that the Minister is able to provide to the House, is advice on why this quite extraordinary step needed to be taken. There are provisions in the Employment Relations Act when there are concerns around health and safety of striking workers to actually replace those staff. And so what advice has been taken, and it will be very helpful to find that out, on why that particular provision couldn't be used, because that is a provision which is used in all other industrial disputes when, I think it's Section 97, when there is a need for safety reasons, which you can imagine with some of these roles being firefighters at airports, is probably the reason that they need to be filled in this particular instance. So why has the Minister decided to take this extraordinary step when there was actually two clear options available to her? The first is, if she was going to, yes, exactly, paying more money and recognising the service of defence staff. Members opposite laugh, but they clearly do an important role. Getting 0% pay increase for defence staff is absolutely shocking, and it is undoubtedly the cause of us using Parliament's time now because of that offer, why these people had to take this extraordinary action. So that is a very important thing which I think needs to be addressed. So the Minister could actually solve this problem if she wanted to, and she obviously does want to interfere in this particular dispute because she has taken this extraordinary step of providing these authorisations. My question, and I leave it hanging there in the House in lieu of an answer, is why was her decision to involve herself in this particular dispute the one which was least likely to solve the problem? Why didn't she decide to say to the parties, get back to the table, negotiate in good faith? We respect both parties. We respect you as an employer in New Zealand Defence Force, and we respect the work that your civilian staff do. Why did she not decide to do that if she decided to involve herself in it? That is, I think, a very important question which is begging to be answered. Instead, we have a few notes that have been made on the 5th of November and on the 11th of November that authorise the use of Defence staff to fill these civilian roles during the strike action. Now, I don't know why, and I'm also looking for an answer for this, is why was there a notice put forward on the 5th of November, but this was not reported to the House until yesterday? It is very clearly the intention of Section 9 of the Defence Act that this is raised at the earliest possible opportunity in the House. So why has that not taken place? And I think that that is a very important issue in terms of the application and the correct use of Section 9 of the Defence Act. So, Mr Speaker, I do have an amendment to make to this, and I think it is important. I actually think it's one that the Minister should consider accepting. And that amendment is to look at the wording of this particular motion which has been tabled in the House. This motion allows striking workers to be replaced by Defence staff until the 14th of February 2025. This is inconsistent with the times of the strike dates. The strike notice is until the 31st of January 2025. So that leaves effectively a 2-week period where there is no strike notice, yet there is an authorisation from the Minister in this House for that work to be filled. Why is there this inconsistency? I cannot see any logic to it. And if another minister on the other side of the House would seek to take a call on that, I'd be interested to hear it. But I would like to move that the 14th of February be replaced with the 14th of February 2025 be replaced with the 31st of January 2025. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because I cannot see any logical reason why these authorisations need to go on for 2 weeks longer than the strike notices. So there may be other amendments to make in relation to the reviews and the amount of information that is provided to the House and whether, in fact, this extension should go ahead. But at minimum, I can't see any right reason why the Minister would not accept this amendment, which would allow consistency between the authorisations and the dates which the authorisation applies. So I will be shortly tabling that amendment, and I very much hope that the Minister will accept that to at least provide some consistency in the record keeping in relation to this very unusual move that has taken place in this House. And I would again urge the Minister and the parties to try and get round the table and solve this issue, so we're not wasting House time talking about bargaining when we could be doing other things to address concerns that New Zealanders have, like the cost of living, like the environment, like all of the other concerns which are prescient in people's minds, and not this particular issue which is involving a Minister of the Crown in an industrial dispute, very unusually and with not the efficiency that it would take in order to solve this particular dispute through actually providing additional funding to Defence to allow them to offer a pay increase that was respectful and along the lines of the inflationary period that we have just endured.
Members, the question before the House for debate is that the amendment be agreed to. The amendment is now debatable together with the motion. Before I take the next call, can I just inform members that 6 votes were cast by Te Pāti Māori on the vote on the referral to the Justice Committee of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. 5 votes should have been cast by Te Pāti Māori due to the suspension of Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark. Accordingly, the vote is corrected as 68 votes in favour and 54 votes opposed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Point of order, Karen McNulty. Honourable Karen McNulty.
Speaker, I was just listening to Camilla Bellich's contribution there, and it occurred to me that there were actually some quite pertinent questions asked. And yes, this is a motion, a debate on a motion. It's not a committee of the whole House stage. But I do wonder, sir, if it might be helpful to the House to provide clarity on the restrictions and the number of calls. because whilst the Minister is under no obligation whatsoever to answer questions, it might be useful for all members to know, to hear from you, that if indeed a Minister chose to, could answer those questions to assist the debate, and that they would be under, or indeed no member would be under any restrictions on the number of calls they take as a result.
Order. I will take more advice as I take the next call, but my understanding at the moment is that when an amendment is put on the floor, as in the case of Camilla Bellich, the Minister is able to take a follow-up call on that. But I will confirm that with advice from the clerk. I call Ricardo Mendes March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think from a Green Party perspective, I do want to lay out our view as to why we are here debating this motion of notice number 1 from the government. And while yesterday we heard a lot that some of these negotiations were an operational matter, like they have to be contextualized around decisions that this government has made to underfund our public service entities, which actually resulted in then operational matters around salary issues playing out, and we cannot decouple those two things. This is the direct result of austerity politics. And this is actually, the stuff that we're debating right now is actually deeply unusual. And yesterday we heard a lot about how the work that civilians do at the Defence Force is, quote, life-preserving. And I think this cannot be understated, right? When there are extreme weather events or fires, we rely on our civilian defence force to preserve life. And now we're debating the extension of the authorization for that civilian workforce to be replaced by armed forces. And I take the point that the Minister was raising yesterday around, the civilian workforce performs tasks that do require a lot of skills and training, cannot easily be replaced. But at the same time, I was quite shocked at, I guess, the dismissal from the Minister at the time around, genuine questions on whether alternatives had been sought around this course of action. And I have similar questions as well regarding the dates in which the extension of the authorization, in relationship to the extension of these authorizations. So far as we know them, they're from the 11th of November to the 14th of February. Those are almost 3 months. And I cannot see why, for example, and that we could have come back in a 2-week period, or at least in the next sitting week, to then, once we'd allowed those 2 weeks to play out, to then discuss whether an extension would be needed. It kind of felt preemptive. And so I guess my first question is, in relationship to the dates, I'm curious to know as to what advice the Minister sought around those options. I think that, because I do think Camilla Bellich's amendment is really useful for us to take into account, because if we think about when we're coming back after the summer break, I think there are opportunities for this House to debate whether a further extension would have been needed, right? And I think the government should, because of how unusual these extensions are, I think the government should allow due scrutiny and due debate around whether actually we need to wait way beyond the time we come back to the House after the new year to even know if these negotiations have been resolved, whether we need to end such authorizations. And I actually think it would have been better actually for the government to enable scrutiny, say, on the first week coming back. I think that would have been quite fair. There's going to be a break for Waitangi, and all good like that. I do think the political attention should be in relationship to what is going on at Waitangi after the first sitting week, but there's nothing that would have stopped the government to enable these orders and these extensions to basically be debated on the first week coming back. I think that's an incredibly fair request from Camilla Bellich, and the Green Party backs that amendment. I'm really curious too, and the Green Party is curious to understand why the Minister wouldn't accept that. because, as has been canvassed, because of how unusual these extensions are, and actually the consequences of having armed personnel replacing a civilian workforce. I think, again, that, and the nature of the job that they perform, I think it's really important that we allow due scrutiny them. I'm also curious to know around arrangements that will be made over the summer, and for the Minister to actually expand to for the public's benefit, to expand, I guess, the arrangements that these armed forces will be performing over the summer break, and then also the exceptional circumstances that require these, because I guess budgetary decisions that create the circumstances, in some ways, I don't think are that exceptional. They're of the government's own doing. It's not like we had something outside of the government's control that created these conditions. In fact, some people could argue that they could have predicted this happening, in fact, that would have necessitated this extension. And I note the speaker is receiving advice, so at any point feel free to interrupt me to give us an update. But for now, I think I do want to invite the Minister to give a reflection as to Camilla Bellich's amendment. I also want to understand why would the government be against us debating this in the first week? Is it that perhaps they've got more controversial legislation in place that they're hoping to get through in that first week without being interrupted by a debate in the first week coming back? And I think, to me, the way that this has happened, I don't think the government has engaged in the debate, and yesterday definitely didn't give us the impression that the government is operating in a good faith way when it comes to just genuine questions around advice, around the considerations that we're giving, because again, these are quite extraordinary tools that the government is tapping into. So with that, I will allow the Minister to engage on the amendment, on the advice that he would have received around the specific reasoning for the 14th of February, and hope that we can move forward constructively, because again, this is no minor issue. Finally, I do want to move forward in the debate around some of the arguments that were said yesterday around the Green Party's position on the funding of the New Zealand Defence Force. I want to make it really clear that we should separate our political arguments around the funding of the Defence Force for the purposes of waging war versus actually life-preserving services, and I think this is important, because if we have ministers yesterday making accusations around this, I think it's an important point to be made. And well, you may have not been listening yesterday, but that was what was happening. And the Green Party does have a long-standing position around what the Defence Force should be used for, and I do think it's important that the public has the means to know that the public services there to back them should, for example, a fire breaks in the vicinity of someone's livelihood, and that they know that they will have the resources to be supported. So with that, I will allow more contributions from other members of the opposition and the Minister.
Thank you. Just to inform the House to the point of the Honourable Kieran McNulty, I was right. But in terms of, I've got to own something, guys. But for further clarification, may I draw members' attentions to standing orders 124 through to 130. There's a bit more detail in terms of the ability to speak to further amendments. And so the way that it works, if there is an amendment that has been tabled, if you have spoken before, you can then speak to that new amendment. And there are a couple of other things. The Honourable Chris Peck.
Mr Speaker, thank you for that opportunity, and just to respond very briefly to the amendment that is on the table, which I think deserves consideration to the extent that I feel the need to point out that the government regards it as prudent to provide a notice that will be long enough, at least until such time as the industrial action takes place, and a bit longer. And the reason for an additional time could well be, sir, well, number one, I suppose if in unforeseen circumstances the industrial action were somehow prolonged, but actually even if not, then as a matter of practicality, to allow a couple of weeks for rosters to be put on so that people know from one day to the next when they are going to be required to turn up and do these shifts, including overnight at all hours of the day. Of course, we require our personnel to be on standby for accidents, God forbid, in terms of aircraft crashing, for example, or on security gates and so on. So a little bit of lead time is prudent to allow. And of course, I also just finally add the obvious point that the notice can be cancelled at any time, so that we're very hopeful that the matter will be able to be resolved not only before the 14th of February, but also before the 31st or the 30th of January, and indeed as soon as possible. As I said at the start, Sir, I'm very confident that the Chief of Defence Force and his team will work constructively in good faith. No doubt the PSA and their respective members will too, and we wish all parties best to reach a satisfactory resolution as soon as possible.
The Honourable Aisha Brown.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and thanks to the Minister for that contribution, and I really enjoy and value his plain-spoken presentations in the House. We're here today debating this motion because 1,000 civilian Defence Force staff will go on strike because of their 0% pay offer from the New Zealand Defence Force. This motion is to enable an extension to authorisations for orders made by the Minister to replace the striking uniformed civilian staff with uniformed staff. This includes for safety, important roles to do with health and safety, such as aircraft rescue and firefighters and security staff at bases. No one is doubting the importance of that work. But we might cast wider when we think, well, why are we really here? As my colleague Camilla Bellich has noted, we are here because there is a 0% pay offer to those civilian defence staff this year, at a time when members of the government have been declaring widely that there has been a cost of living crisis. Well, surely those hard-working people fulfilling these essential functions are also entitled to have their wages keep up with inflation. The Labour Party supports the rights of workers to be able to take a strike, to be able to work with their unions and to have their employer, even if it is the New Zealand Defence Force, come to the table to negotiate with them and to constructively resolve this dispute. I want to reflect on the comments made by the Minister in relation to the earlier motion yesterday. Though at that stage, the Minister, I appreciate it was Minister Collins, made comments which I'll paraphrase as not letting these important functions go unstaffed, such as fire crews and security. Well, that is actually not the choice that is before the government. The choice before the government was how much to fund the Defence Force in the first place. The choices that this government made were made in budget 24-25, when they set the funding envelope for the Defence Force in the context of a budget that had marked cuts to public services across all votes. But Defence was not exempt. So the Defence budget, total vote defence, was $4.949 billion for this financial year, which was a $308 million reduction on the budget for the preceding year. That is why the Defence Force is in the situation it is in. That is why the staff have been offered a 0% pay increase in the context of recent inflationary pressure, and that is why the Defence Force is also undergoing 200 voluntary redundancies. It is the choices this government has made when it promised tax cuts to landlords, tax cuts to tobacco companies, and set commitments about their budget prior to the election that did not add up. As a result, public servants of all sorts, including those civilian members of our Defence Force, are unable to get the pay they deserve. So it is easy to get into the weeds of how on earth this piece of rarely used legislation is being invoked in this particular instance, and I'm lucky to have skilled employment lawyers in my caucus who can take the government to task on that, but I am not one of those. I just want to reflect on the fact that it is the overall funding environment that has created such a limited set of choices for the Defence Force, and they cannot treat their staff as well as I am sure Defence leadership aspires to. It has been a tough time for public servants across the public service, defence and elsewhere. They have often heard their service, their essential service to our country, reflected as their jobs reflected as being mere bureaucrats. That is not okay. It is not okay to malign these people who serve our public. And in this debate, we're not talking about the uniformed members of the armed forces. We're talking about the civilians who help them do their job every day. But they are just as important. They are just as important to the efforts to recover the Manawanui. They are just as important to the pilots being able to fly the planes safely, to know that they can have a safe landing with fire crew at the other end. But we have demonised public servants. The government has demonised public servants. They have just used that demonisation to justify large-scale cuts of the public service. Defence is only one of many agencies having 6% cuts across the board. This has caused multiple impacts for the services themselves, and so we see that this type of trajectory for our public services is one that happens across the board. I've looked at the budget documents while preparing for this debate, and you see annual increases to the combined OPEX and CAPEX defence budget under the last government, and then they all step down, going down from here. That is the impact of the budget that this government sitting across from me passed. So these consequences, strikes from people running our essential services, they are the consequences of that government's decisions. This will happen over and over and over again. It is unusual that we have to debate it in the House because of the legislation that is being invoked. But it is just one of many examples about how our public services are being taken backwards by this government. We hear about it in health, where we know that voluntary redundancies are removing vital support staff from across services. We hear about it in education, where many of the back office staff are being removed there. The idea that these sorts of cuts, 6% cuts, cannot impact the front line is absolutely wrong. What's happening to the front line under this motion? Well, the Defence Force was probably where the very definition of the idea of a front line came from. The front line is being pulled into doing other jobs. They're being pulled into doing jobs that non-uniformed staff usually do. We are reducing and hampering the front line when there are many demands on their time because of this government's cost-cutting agenda. Well, I just welcome the member who has so much to say about this, that member can come over here and run a response to a national emergency and then can lecture me about what to do in that situation. Because when you've saved 20,000 lives in a health emergency, come and tell me how to run a government.
Well said. Well said.
Mr. Speaker, this government will want to take cheap shots again and again because fundamentally they are unwilling to face up to the consequences of the budget that they passed. The budget that never added up before the election and the budget that now will have multiple consequences as years go on. We see it regularly in this city. We see it in the number of our young people leaving. We see it in the fact that many people are unable to have lost their jobs, and we see it in the fact that even those who do have their jobs feel so insecure precisely because of events like this, voluntary redundancies, zero pay offers, that they don't have any money to spend, and the knock-on effects is that other businesses are going out of business. The Wellington hospitality sector is struggling. Retail is struggling. All of this because of the decisions that government has made in its budget. It does mean that over time we are facing an erosion of public services. Bit by bit, things are being nibbled away. Whereas we made progress, we managed to invest in new aircraft for our Defence Force. We see under this government, again and again, the rug is pulled out from public services that New Zealanders need and depend on. Overall, both the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure goes backwards. We end up in a situation where we have industrial action like this. These are the consequences of that government's poor choice.
The Honourable Kerry McNulty.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I was motivated to make a contribution and draft an amendment to this after the Minister's response. I find the Minister to be a reasonable man, and indeed it was a reasonable response, but it did make me wonder, what is the purpose of this extension? This is a very rare thing for Parliament to consider. And not only is it rare to consider an extension, I'm not aware of an example where an extension is sought that goes for so long. So the provisions available in the Defence Act available to the Minister allow her to make a decision to authorise properly trained defence personnel to do a particular task for 14 days, 2 weeks. And anything beyond that, the Minister is required to come to the House, and that's why we are here today. Now, there's a reason that 14 days was the original number, because this is an extraordinary measure for a Minister to move. And so it was deliberately restricted to a fortnight. What we're being asked to do is to support an extension motion for the exact same reasons that were given yesterday by the Minister, but all the way out to the 14th of February. Nothing given today is any different to the reasons given yesterday. Those reasons were to justify 14 days. We would have expected something more compelling to justify all the way out to the 14th of February. Now, if Parliament had risen for the Christmas period and an emergency arises, the Minister has a provision to go through the Governor-General to seek these powers. But whilst Parliament is sitting, the Minister requires the support of Parliament to be able to do this. But why all the way out to the 14th of February? So the Minister, in response to the amendment moved by Camilla Bellich, says that for practical reasons, the government would like these extraordinary powers to be available until the industrial action is concluded, with a little bit of wriggle room at the end to allow for logistics and shift changes, etc. Fine. But at the heart of this is an industrial disagreement, and there's industrial action on the play. So there's negotiations underway between the civilian staff in the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of Defence. And both parties are required to act in good faith. How is it good faith for this Parliament to send a message to those workers that they shouldn't expect a resolution until at least the 14th of February? Now, that's not good faith. If the government is determined to negotiate in this industrial action in good faith, it certainly shouldn't be asking for extraordinary powers all the way through to halfway through February next year, beyond New Year's, beyond Rātana, beyond Waitangi Day. There are a lot of things that are going to happen in people's lives between now and the 14th, Christmas being one. And so these workers who are entering into industrial action in good faith, in the hope of being able to settle this before Christmas, are being sent a message today by this motion. They're saying you should expect to go through Christmas and New Year's with uncertainty hanging over the wages and conditions that you are working under, and I think that's wrong. The other reason that I wish to propose an amendment is that in passing this, Parliament would be accepting the implication that the government is giving is that there is no need for further debate. If the Defence Act only gives the Minister the power for 14 days, there's a good reason for that, is because any extension beyond that needs to be justified at every step. And I think this is an overreach. I think the Minister, for the purposes of potentially undermining the bargaining, but also definitely restricting the opportunity of Parliament to have a debate on this matter, is pushing it out to the 14th of February. Why couldn't we apply the same rationale and approve an extension of 14 days? Exactly the same amount that the Minister has available to her under the Defence Act, and then come back to Parliament and justify it. And the answer is we're not sitting that week, which is exactly why I'm not proposing that. But what I am proposing is, in a practical way, a month. Now, a month would be a Saturday. So I'll get in front of the Minister and say, I'm not proposing that either. But I am proposing the following Tuesday. The first opportunity that Parliament will have after a month from this date, assuming that it gets passed, and to be honest, the quality of the contribution suggests that there is a lot of people want to have a say on this, so it might not. But a month from today until the next Tuesday, that happens to be the last sitting week of this sitting calendar year. Now, the government hasn't confirmed this, but chances are Parliament's going to knock off on the 18th, on the Wednesday of that week. And so they pretty much confirmed it at Business Committee, or at least we figured it out, and Simeon Brown didn't deny it, and that's as good enough for me. So the 18th is likely to be the last sitting day. So what I'm proposing, sir, is that we amend this extension motion to replace the 14th of February 2025 with the 17th of December 2024. And I'll be tabling that at the conclusion of my contribution. So that's twice the amount of time that the Minister has available to her in the Act. It's allowing the extension that the government is proposing, but it doesn't go all the way, almost 2 months later. So this motion proposes the 14th of Feb, I'm proposing the 17th of December. What that will mean is the Minister, if they do wish for a further extension, can come to Parliament and explain why, and can justify it. And in doing so, potentially give an update as to the negotiations and the industrial action where appropriate. Because the House deserves to know. At the heart of this are workers who are facing a 0% pay rise. Now, I don't intend to go into those reasons. Others may wish to, and others already have. I'm sure there's many reasons that haven't been touched on. But the fact is, that is why they are striking. And the Labor Party will always support their right to do so, under an expectation that both parties act in good faith. And I don't believe that the Ministry of Defence can act in good faith if this Parliament sends them a message that they actually don't need to engage with the union, engage with the workers until next year. Look, it's a busy time of year. We're coming up to December. Everyone's got a lot on. We've got a lot on our plate. We're thinking about other things. I'm sure the Ministry of Defence, given the current circumstances around the world, has a lot to think about at the moment. It would be very convenient for them to just leave this until next year when everyone has a break, comes back. And this actually suggests to them that they can do that. But where does that leave the workers? They're already facing 0%, facing the cost of living, dealing with 0% increases, with rates, with insurance, with rent, all going up at record levels. That is not a pleasant prospect to face heading into Christmas and New Year's. But a message to the Ministry of Defence and a message to those workers, if we amend this today to the 17th of December, it'll say, you keep negotiating, we will revisit this. Ideally, by the 17th of December, before Christmas, you would have resolved this and there'll be no need for an extension. But I think it sends the wrong message. And frankly, I think the Minister deserves to justify any extension. So it's a pretty simple proposal, sir, a pretty simple amendment, not wanting to fiddle around with the justifications as outlined, the 3 bullet points in the motion. It's simply to change the 14th of February 2025 to the 17th of December 2024. I'd be very interested to hear why the government wouldn't support that. What could possibly be wrong with coming back to Parliament on the last sitting week of the year for, say, an hour and a half, 2-hour debate to justify why they need to extend it further?
Members, the question before the House for debate is that the amendment be agreed to. The amendment is now debatable together with the motion. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And following that contribution from my colleague Kieran McAnulty, which differs slightly from the amendment that I had put up, I think it is incumbent on me to make some comments about his amendment that he has made, which does make a lot of sense to me. So I think that it's really important to remember when we talk about the fact that there are uniformed personnel from the Defence Force being seconded into work to cover striking workers, to remember how fundamental the right to take industrial action is and where that comes from. And when there is we're talking about civilian staff have the right to take industrial action. So, and that right to strike comes from the right of freedom of association. The ILO, which New Zealand participates in and has ratified many, many different conventions on this, and a lot of our domestic legislation, including the Employment Relations Act, recognises the right of freedom of association and sees the right to strike as a corollary to the right of the freedom of association. And because of this, when using these extreme powers, which does impact on the industrial action of the civilian Defence Force who are permitted to take industrial action, there are significant limitations on it. And that is why I support the amendment put forward by my colleague Kieran McAnulty, because I think that it is fair enough that when we have a piece of legislation decided on by this Parliament, which puts such restrictions on the utilisation of uniformed officers to take over the work of striking workers, that we need to respect that. And it has been given, if you read the piece of legislation, if you read the Defence Act 1990, if you look at Section 9, you will see how seriously the Parliament who passed this Act took this exceptional power, and the reason that they put in the 14 days is, I think, reflective of how serious they thought utilisation of this power is. And so I do support the amendment of my colleague Kieran McAnulty, but I also have a slightly different amendment which I think could go alongside his amendment and would assist with making sure that there was accountability to this House. And the amendment that I want to move, Mr Speaker, is that after on the...
Just for clarity, Standing Order 130, a member who has moved an amendment may not move a further amendment. So a member who has moved an amendment may not move a further amendment to the same question.
That's okay, Glenn will do it.
Yes, that is okay. Glenn will do it. Thank you, Mr Speaker. That was not my understanding of the procedures, but I'm happy to take your guidance from it. And I think I think the point stands, Mr Speaker, that I would encourage my colleagues to put forward this amendment. If it can't be in my name, then hopefully another honourable member will put it forward. And I do consider that this, the amendment that I would speak to, that I think would complement Mr McAnulty's amendment, which I am speaking to, would assist the House in that it requires the Minister to report to the House every 2 weeks on the status of the resolution of the industrial action. Now, I actually think that is a very minor requirement in line with the spirit of Section 9. And so I would encourage other colleagues to recognise that that is an important power. In terms of Mr McAnulty's contribution and amendment, though, I do think that we haven't been provided with, as he said, the additional reasons as to why such a significant extension would be given without the requirement of the Minister to come back and report to the House. The Minister provided an explanation to Parliament, as she was required to, yesterday in the House, and she talked about the important work that the New Zealand Defence Force does, and she talked about why it was important to have people covering important work for safety reasons, like the firefighters at air bases. And she made a good point that, you know, you wouldn't ever expect to be in a civilian aeroplane and to not have those emergency firefighting rescue services available, even if you're at a domestic airport, and you certainly shouldn't expect that either at a defence airport, or in fact at any place where aeroplanes are landing, because this is one of the health and safety requirements. And I do a lot of work on health and safety and a lot of consideration, as I know you do, Mr. Speaker. I'm not wanting to bring you into this debate, but health and safety is incredibly important, and so we're not arguing about that here. And I hope that the ministers and those opposite will reflect on the fact that that is not the basis of our and the thrust of our amendments and our contributions today. We do not begrudge the Minister taking responsible decisions in terms of health and safety. That is, of course, important. But the Minister must also recognise the reason that we are in this particular situation, which is to do with the fact that the Defence Force is not in a position, and the Ministry of Defence is not in a position to pay their civilian workforce an adequate amount to account with their work and to account with the fact that they have had a number of significant costs in terms of the cost of living in recent times. That is the true reason for this. And so we're not saying there shouldn't be adequate health and safety measures in place to ensure the safety of individuals. That is, of course, essential. But let's try and resolve this matter. And the way to resolve this matter is through resolving the industrial action that is being undertaken by these members. But as I said at the beginning of my contribution, we must recognise the spirit and the intent of the legislation of which we're working under, the Defence Act 1990. And I know the Minister will be very keen to refresh his memory around how important and how particular this piece of legislation is. And it doesn't take the right of undermining the industrial action, which I think it's fair to say that utilising additional labour to mitigate the impact of a strike is. So it means that there has to be a review within 14 days. And I think that was an effective period of time. You can get a lot of negotiating done in 14 days, and that is an appropriate time for there to be an update to the House and for the Minister to come back to the House and extend if needed. Of course, we all want this industrial action to be resolved amicably to the satisfaction of both parties as soon as we possibly can. However, we're in a situation now where the Minister has put on the table an extension until the 14th of February. We have put forward two reasonable, sensible, practical amendments which allow the health and safety of the personnel involved, and also to recognise the fact that there must be accountability to the House. So I do support my colleague Kieran McAnulty's amendment, but I also do think that if the Minister is not minded to support Mr McAnulty's amendment, that there should be some accountability to this House. And I would be interested to know if the Minister's view is not to accept the amendment and the government's view is not to vote for it, and obviously they have a majority in this House and they can determine, why would there not, within the spirit of this Act, which was so carefully poured over by a Parliament in the past that required accountability, why would he not agree to additional reporting by the Minister to make sure that there is a spotlight on the parties to actually resolve this dispute and get everyone back to work, which is, I think, what we all want.
Mr. Speaker.
Francesca Hernandez.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to take this call, which I'd like to elaborate a little bit on the comments that were made by the previous speaker, Camilla Bellich. In her comments, she talked a little bit about some of the reasons why the Defence Force was facing quite significant pressure and why they were having trouble perhaps settling. And she mentioned the cost of living crisis, which is no doubt an important factor, but she neglected to mention two key government initiatives that have been passed recently, which I believe are quite significant contributors to, I guess, the reason why we're having this debate in the first place. And those two things are the baseline savings target exercise, which all government departments were required to meet. So, all government departments made cuts between, I believe, 5 to 7.5%, and that included the Ministry of Defence and the government workforce policy statement. So I'll go through why the baseline savings targets led to these cuts. And, obviously, we heard the minister speak yesterday about how the funding for the Ministry of Defence had been increased by 571 million. And look, we have to recognize that is a significant increase in the context of this. So we have to wonder, why is it in the context of such large budget increases that the Ministry of Defence is having such trouble actually negotiating for this pay? Because, it seems like if your department has just gotten a nearly $600 million increase, you shouldn't be offering $0 pay increases to your civilian staff. So let's actually break down what that announcement was for the 571 million, because I think it's important to illuminate, because I did wonder how is it the case that a government department that just got nearly 600 million can have such trouble actually paying workers what they're worth. And we've heard, and I recognize the contributions of the minister and members across the House about how important these striking civilian workers are and what valuable role they play across the defense industry. And the fact that we're debating this motion in the first place, and the fact that they're even being replaced by the army, by the military in the first place, speaks to quite literally how I was going to say irreplaceable, but they're being replaced, but how critical the roles are. So of this $571 million increase, 163 would go to improving remuneration for the New Zealand Defence Force personnel, and 408 million to upgrading equipment and infrastructure. So all important things, all things that is important to meeting the capability of the Defence Force. But the issue is that the $163 million increase for remuneration was for uniformed personnel only. And I guess that's the key distinction here, and the reason why the Defence Force is actually having trouble meeting the needs of the civilian workers who are striking is because the funding increase, which was tagged to remuneration, was for uniformed personnel in the first place. So, nobody on this side of the House is saying that they shouldn't have gotten those pay increases, that they shouldn't have gotten $163 million to boost remuneration for them. But the issue is that this was not the case for the civilian workers. And in fact, if we've looked at what the sort of civilian workers have had to go through, and I'm referring to an OIA that was proactively released, was they've had to make cuts under the baseline savings targets, the non-uniform personnel, and that was cuts of 7.5 million. So that affected the civilian personnel. And another facet of that is that while the baseline savings targets was imposed on the Defence Force, that meant that they had to, the people running the Defence Force had to come under pressure to actually find how to meet that savings targets, which means that obviously they're going to be a little bit, well, not obviously, but I think because they're incentivized to be a little bit more aggressive on how they perhaps conduct these negotiations, they might have gotten a little bit overzealous. And I think we would agree that literally a 0% increase in your wages, particularly at a time when there's been such cost of living pressures, is actually being quite aggressive. And, you know, this is why us in the Greens will be supporting the amendments that our colleagues and comrades in the Labour Party have put forward, because we do need a little bit more. We do need to make sure that we're actually putting a little bit of pressure on the government to settle, on the Ministry of Defence to actually settle these claims and settle them in a fair way. And the issue with the current timeline is that they are quite far in the future, so it doesn't create any incentives. And in fact, all the incentives are for them not to settle. And that includes, and I alluded to one of the things that I wanted to speak to earlier, was the government workforce policy statement. Now, the government workforce policy statement that the Public Services Minister, the Honourable Nicola Willis, published earlier this year, I think it was in August, said that remuneration had to be met within baseline. So because remuneration has to be met within baseline, there's no additional funding. That means that in the context of the baseline, which was already reduced by the baseline savings targets, that the people running defence have to choose between paying workers what they're worth and also upgrading the other operational aspects of defence and the other things that defence needs. And that's not a context that's isolated, in defence only. Across the wider public sector, that is the government workforce policy statement does apply across the wider public sector, and we have to acknowledge that context. But that doesn't, acknowledging and actually knowing the wider context doesn't actually mean that we actually need to support these actions, even though the same level of cuts are being imposed in defence, are being imposed across the wider public sector. That doesn't mean that they're right or good. So the government workforce policy statement means that because they're having to compete between different funding priorities, that this is putting great pressure on the Ministry of Defence to actually have to pick and choose. And I think that is something that we as a House should be very careful about, because when you allow the military to replace striking workers for any reason, and as my colleague Camilla Bellich spoke out earlier, we take no issue with the valid health and safety reasons why striking workers might need to be replaced. But if we're doing it, if the government is doing it in order to alleviate pressure on the Ministry of Defence to actually negotiate a fair settlement for their workers because of the funding freeze that they've essentially created, then that's something that is not a good justification for this government notice of motion. And this is why we in the Greens will be supporting the motion to cut the length of time. And this is why we in the Greens will also be advocating for wider policy solutions so that the actual cause of this motion, which is the fact that the wider public service and, more specifically defence, and more specifically, the civilian component of the Ministry of Defence has been gutted of funding, then we need to actually overcome these barriers. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here and maybe, I think the original motion was meant to be 14. We're going to be sitting here again in 14th of February with the Ministry of Defence again asking for this motion to be extended, because if we're not dealing with the fundamental issues, then we're just going to be going around in circles again. And as to avoid going around in circles with my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I'll take a seat now. Thank you.
Tim Costley.
Question now closed.
Glenn Bennett. A point of order, Tim Costley.
Mr. Speaker, I just wonder, for my clarity, if you could help me to understand, with respect to Standing Orders 124 through 130, I understand that each member can speak once, and if they've already spoken once, which some of these haven't, can speak again after an amendment is made. I just wonder, at what point, given the content of the contributions is the same argument, there appears to be perhaps a lot of repetition around, more targeted on the resolution of industrial disputes and funding, not the use of Defence Force personnel under Section 9 of the Act, which is indeed the question. And I just wonder if you could provide some guidance as to where that balance lies.
Yes. With the standing orders, members who haven't spoken are able to participate in the debate. And I do note that Glenn Bennett has yet to speak in this debate, and possibly he might be proposing a new amendment. But I guess I make the reflection that if people that have spoken previously want to take further calls on new amendments, which they are entirely allowed to, under standing orders, it would assist the House if those further comments were focused specifically on those amendments, appreciating some of the general comments that members have made previously. Glenn Bennett. Point of order, Mr. Honourable
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about what just played out there. It is very unruly for a member to move a closure motion, that to be ruled on, and then do a point of order questioning the decision of the chair. Now, it was very respectful and very calm, but that, in effect, is exactly what happened. And you, as chair, should not have to deal with that. If we look at what was proposed to you then, it was proposed immediately after you rose on a closure motion that, in that member's view, there was grounds for that. But that was dealt with by you deciding to seek another call. And I don't believe you should have had to have put up with that questioning of your ruling.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Honourable Kieran McNulty. Speak to the point of order. I do want to move this debate on, so do want this to be specific.
No, happy for you to move it on.
Glenn Bennett.
Mr. Speaker, have I got a deal for you? I am bringing new content to this conversation as the member who tried to comment on this. I do actually want to focus specifically on the Defence Force and the fact this is unprecedented in many ways in terms of this decision that's being made today. But I am in a bit of a dilemma as well, and I do want to briefly comment on some of the dates, which I will move quickly on from because I know it has already been traversed. But I'm in a bit of a predicament, a bit of a quandary, because I have my friend and colleague, the Honourable Kieran McNulty, proposing a date. I also have my good friend and colleague, Camilla Bellich, proposing another date. I had considered a separate date yet again, but I think I'll move on from that because it is important for us to prosecute the challenges we're facing in the timeline. But I will come back to that. But I really want to comment on the fact the Defence Force and the use of the Defence Force in the history of New Zealand in terms of when they have actually engaged in terms of stepping up because of industrial action. And this the piece of legislation that we are referring to in the motion is obviously the Defence Act of 1990, and Camilla Bellich already spoke of two incidences or situations in 1996 and in 2001 where the Defence Force was brought in. But I guess it's extraordinary circumstances, and that's why we need to take time to consider it. And I was reflecting on the fact that this is a very rare occurrence, 1913, Mr. Speaker, was the Great Strike, and of course it was huge for New Zealand in terms of the labour movement and I guess the trajectory to where we are today in terms of workers' rights. It was a very important time in New Zealand history. It was a very fraught time. Obviously, we were coming in. We were close to some geopolitical issues with we're on the cusp of World War I, and between 1913 and 1914 there was major strike action against around Aotearoa, New Zealand. And that was the first time that I can recall, not that I was there, but the first time I can recall in terms of my history lessons, when the New Zealand Defence Force was actually brought in. To actually deal with things like transportation, things even like waste and etc., and the movement of people and that type of thing. And that was 1913. And so that was, as far as I know, that was the first time the Defence Force actually was used in this capacity. And as was said, although they were volunteers, and of course there was the Defence Force, there was also the special constables in that, just a fun fact for everyone, which I think they were called Massey's Cossacks, who came in, who were, again, weren't paid, but it very much was around the fact that that we were trying to keep the country operating, which I understand this is what the government is wanting to do, but the fact that the Defence Force and the Special Constables, the Massey's Cossacks, were there to do it. Well, Mr Speaker, that was 1913, and then nothing happens for a long time until 1951, and we all, hopefully, if we did learn a bit of history at school, the Great Waterfront Dispute, which was appalling time in New Zealand history. But in terms of, and one of your colleagues, Minister, was asking about come back to the Defence Force and talk about that. So I thought I would reflect on that, just to understand that they're actually unusual and extraordinary circumstances when they are used. And so then we look and we come along, and of course there was 1979 in terms of transportation, and then because we've talked about firefighters and that type of thing, 1981 was around traffic control. And again, this is where we understand that the Defence Force plays a key role in terms of the operations and the skills that they bring. But Mr Speaker, I want to propose an amendment. I want to sort of step aside from the dates and look at amendment. So we look at what the Minister has here, and we look at the third bullet point, which says authority for the use of appropriately trained members of the armed forces located at specified camps and bases. It continues. Mr Speaker, I would like to put an amendment, move an amendment in my name, that after camps and bases, the words, as long as the above authorisations are in place, the Minister will update the House on the progress being made to settle this industrial dispute on a weekly basis or on the next sitting day, that be added. Now, the reason I propose that be added, Mr Speaker, is again, it's around transparency. But I think it also, I don't know if the word pressure is what I want to use, but it puts it in firmly in the camp of the Minister to ensure that the work that is being done to negotiate with the civilian staff.
Can we get a written copy of that?
Yes, I can provide it here, Mr Speaker. The reason is for the sake of not only the Minister to account to this House to make sure that progress is being made, but also it is, I would hope that it is around allowing for the public to know what is actually progressing in terms of this space. Mr Speaker, I think, or I know that, and I want to ensure that all avenues have been exhausted before we actually come to this point. And it was only in, it was July that negotiations began, and it's been several months now. And so having that added into that third bullet point, I think it just allows clarity, not only for us to hold the government to account, to ensure progress is being made, but so that the public is fully informed of what is happening. So of course it's, there has been a 0% pay offer. It is taking time, and I think we really need to consider how we come to a place of solution. Now, just coming back to my initial thoughts around my colleagues and their amendments and their names around the dates, I fully I fully hear what the Honourable Kieran McAnulty is saying about something before Christmas. It really, and I think that really honours the staff and actually says, look, we are committed to finding, working towards a solution before Christmas. I had considered, but I think my the amendment I am moving, I think, is far more significant because we have traversed many dates. I had considered putting in the 28th of January as the date. And the reason I was thinking of that, just so you know, was that is our first sitting day back in 2025. And I thought that would be a good sort of a good line in the sand. But also, we kind of hear the narrative that this government's a hard-working government, and they work through Christmas and New Year, so we come back to the house early. We're back in January, we're all here. But of course, we have a recess the week after, and then we actually don't have a full 3-week sitting block until the end of March. But that's beside the point. It kind of strays away from this motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that I hope that the wording, and the clerks will give me some advice on that the wording is correct and appropriate. But I really do believe and feel that not only to, I think in many ways, support the Minister in terms of getting this right, it does also put pressure on her to ensure that she is reporting back to the House, that she is ensuring of transparency. We know that we know that there has been some criticisms, and we have criticised on this side of the House some of those things. We've felt that potentially transparency is being degraded slightly, or we were speaking yesterday on the fast track approvals bill and our concerns on that. So this is making sure we shine light in that space and making sure that the Minister is in a place where she can work her way through and keep us as a House notified, but of course what that means, it keeps the public notified. So, Mr. Speaker, I caution the government to seriously consider the issues of 1913, the issues of 1951, the issues of 1979 or 1981 are those issues that are etched in the memory of New Zealand history. Are we in that pivotal moment, or is this just something that they're doing because they haven't really given it the time, really haven't given it the effort, really haven't looked at their funding structures that they could actually do right by the civilians in our New Zealand Defence Force who do an amazing job, not only for our security here, but serving in peacekeeping throughout the world. Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Before I take the next call, I do want specific contributions on the amendments. That would be very helpful for the House. Mr. Tangi Utikere.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is the first opportunity I've had to take a call on this government notice of motion number 1, and I concur with the comments that have been made around this is a very unusual step to take. I mean, it is one that is obviously permitted within legislation, so there's no issue there, but it is, well, it's not unusual, it is very rarely enacted, and I understand the last time, excuse me, that it was enacted was back in 2001. So it means that this is not an issue or an item that has been placed before the Parliament on a frequent or regular basis. Mr. Speaker, this does come back to the position of the government not having any financial resource or capacity to be able to deal with a zero pay offer from the New Zealand Defence Force. And that really is a matter for the government. Now, I raise that because this has a direct implication on my constituents. My constituents of Palmerston North, as you know, sir, are individuals who are employed heavily within the Defence Force. So when we're talking about the financial position of the government and the decisions that they take, I do not believe that anyone in this House has spoken about the impacts on the constituents of Palmerston North as a result of that government's choices in this particular space. Now, members opposite might laugh about that, but I might need to remind them that a significant number of Defence Force personnel who will be undertaking this work fall within Palmerston North City. And I'm not just talking about those from Linton Military Camp, I am talking about those who Mr Costley will be aware of, who also are employed or work at RNZAF base Ohakea. So this does relate actually to the decisions that the government have taken and the impact that this will have on my community in Te Papaioia. Mr Speaker, I actually was reflecting on the amendments, and you've asked me to speak to the amendments, which I will specifically do. Mr McAnulty has identified a particular range of dates there. I think actually having that as the option as the last sitting date of this calendar year does make some sense, because it does allow for the Parliament to turn its mind to those particular issues, which are pretty important as well. Mr Speaker, one of the things that hasn't been addressed, and this might be something that the Minister can respond to, is he's identified that the strike notice ends on the 31st of January. The extension is sought through to the 14th of February, which in itself is questionable. Is he aware as to whether or not those involved would be effectively over the time period within which that ends and the extension ends, whether a lockout is going to be on the cards or undertaken? Now, that is not something that the House has been made aware of in terms of that. It is important because, what's that? A bad faith suggestion. Okay, well then I look forward to the Minister's response around that, because there must be some movement perhaps that must be discussed, and maybe the Minister just wants to indicate that no, it's not on the cards, but there is a clear difference here between when the notice ends and when the extension period is sought to end as well. Thank you, Minister Pink. Mr Speaker, I intend to move an amendment that doesn't relate to dates actually, and it doesn't relate to what Mr Bennett has referred to. And the reason why I'm going to move this amendment is that the original order that was issued by Minister Collins on the 5th of November that had an annex appended to it, Annex A, it actually identified the specific list of military bases or Defence Force bases within that. That was not contained in the subsequent one, so in terms of the further extension notice. And so my amendment seeks to just focus specifically on the third bullet point of the government's notice of motion. And I have a copy of it, so I will move that basically authority for the use of appropriately trained members of the armed forces located at specified camps and bases to provide security guard services at those camps and bases be replaced with, so that's the final bullet point in the notice of motion, authority for the use of appropriately trained members of the armed forces located at, and then to specify the individual locations. Now that is important, sir, because it was contained specifically in the 5 November documentation that the Minister issued. It didn't appear anywhere else. Now, there might be a question, well, you don't need to do that from the government because we're just referring to camps and bases. If that is the case, why did the Minister specify that on the 5th of November? So there is a bit of a mismatch there. So to address that, I suggest that it be replaced, authority for the use of appropriately trained members of the armed forces located at Devonport Naval Base, RNZAF Base Auckland, Papakura Military Camp, RNZAF Base Ohakea, Linton Military Camp, Trentham Military Camp, Burnham Military Camp, RNZAF Base Woodburn, and Headquarters Joint Force New Zealand. That is basically a lift and shift from the 5 November Annex A. So it is basically effectively introducing this into the notice of motion to provide a level of specificity around where this would apply to. And I reflect on that, sir, and that's why I think, well, the folk of Linton and Ohakea are constituents of Palmerston North and somewhat the wider surrounds, of course. But I think providing some clarity would be very important. That's why I'm prepared to move that amendment in my name, because when we look at the actual relevant piece of legislation, which is the Defence Act, we know, Part 1, Section 9, subsection 2, it does indicate in that piece of governing legislation, sir, that the authority shall specify the part or parts of the armed forces that may be used and the public service or public services that may be provided. Now, the House might think, or the government might be pursuing that, no, that's contained in the earlier notice of motion, but the question I have for the Minister is why was that not effectively carried on or carried through to any of the documentation post 5 November, but also any of the documentation that currently is in front of the House in terms of the notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, this is in terms of the exercise of this power, something that is not utilised very often at all. And so I think the proposed amendments, I'm sorry to my colleague Camilla Bellich, but I do prefer Mr. McAnulty's amendment in terms of the date, just because it provides a little bit more timeliness. And I think Mr. Bennett has identified that issue of transparency, that this is a responsibility of this House and of this Parliament to effectively extend the Minister of Defence's timeframes and rights. And so on that basis, sir, I commend this particular amendment to the House.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, the 19th of November 2024.